Good evening, guys. Good to see you. Another Saturday evening. And Alan
How you doing,
popped
Shallow?
up on the panel as usual. It's always good to have you, buddy.
Thanks, man. Thanks. It's always good to be here. I always learn something when I jump on this podcast. It's always interesting to me.
Yeah, and I like the discussions we have, even if they can turn out to be a little bit heated sometimes. But let's see who popped in here. Elusive, Dartmoor Survival. Good to see you. And Mother Earth Garden Club. Good to see you too. And Dear Love Survival. Good to see you too. Cookie Boom. Good to see you. And Evil Girl on your side, Ellen.
Hi, Evo.
Guardian Prepping. Good to see you. Elusive says, I can't do live, says can't show face. Okay. Renegade Prepper UK. Good to see you. Yeah, that's all. I believe. I'm gonna check. Where is he? There. Sometimes I'm subscribed to so many people I forget. Well, yeah, I'm subscribed to his channel, so Renegade.
Yeah, hi, Ben.
That's and Guardian say hey to you, Alan.
Hey, Guardian. I need to catch up on some of your press up videos. They're intense. They make me feel so bloody unfit and unhealthy, and no motivation
Yeah.
when I watch those. He's a machine.
Yeah, some of the exercises he's doing, I don't understand how he can perform them. I can't. Would probably not perform them as good as he can, but it would probably look clumsy if I would even try them.
Yeah. I probably would die after doing about 20 press ups, let alone however many. It was like 1,000 or something he does, something ridiculous.
Let's see if there will pop in more people. Probably it will. But anyway, guys, today's topic is long-term camp logistics and organization. So I think that is a relevant topic because a long-term camp can be your own house or your own apartment as well. It doesn't mean necessary you build a survival camp in the middle of nowhere, but you can make a camp from if you have a house or even living in an apartment. But that will be a little bit more trickier because you have limited space and things like that.
Yeah, it's quite a broad topic. It's quite when you think about it, from a long-term encampment, staying in one place for a long period of time, all the problems that can arise from that, the logistics of it, the hygiene element of it, the landscape, that you're in, the environment, how many people are there, the type of structures that are there. It's a big topic, actually.
Yeah, and I consider it's quite important as well.
Yeah.
because sooner or later we are there. We get to that point that we need to build ourselves a long-term camp.
Yeah, well, I think it might even be the case that, and big disasters, like long-term disasters, where lots of people have had to go into one place, into one encampment. I wouldn't be surprised if that causes more death through disease and things like that than the actual initial disaster. If it was long-term, so it's definitely something that has to be thought about and controlled as best as the people who are in these camps can.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Dear love, how are you doing?
Hey, good evening, Alan. Good evening, Shannon.
Hey, dear.
Everybody in the chat. Sorry to hear about
Hey, Benjamin. Good to see you.
Looking very formal, Ben, for this topic.
Yeah. Hey, Guardian. Good to see you.
Hi, Guardian.
Hey, Guardian.
Hey, Dariela.
Hey.
Benjamin. Yeah.
All good.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. I had to sort audio out again. I had to rewire everything. Hello, thanks for having me. And yes, I know I look formal. I'm sorry. I don't usually look this posh.
Just been to court, have you?
It's all in drones. They thought I was one of them. No, I'm joking.
Yeah.
Cool. A bit of a formal change, yeah, mainly because I was planning on recording some repairs, but I was like, this is a bit more important. So I'm still sorting things out, so excuse the mess.
I reckon if we don't start organising our camps from now, we're going to be in a lot of trouble later on. I was watching recently, who remembers the Terminator films when John Connor, or was it I Am a Legend? I've got food and supplies. Whoever can hear me, he's poor fella's on his own. And I'm thinking, I'm just throwing this out there, guys, and see what you think. Is it good for us to start maybe getting organised now before, because after we might not have communication, might not have any way of getting in touch with people. And how, is it a good idea? What I'm basically asking, is it a good idea for us to set up some kind of community now?
Yeah, I think so. I think just doing
Welcome, Dan H. Good to see you.
kind of doing what we're doing just now is the start, I would imagine, and then
Yeah.
we could formalize it a bit more into, more of a plan.
Yeah.
There's definitely, I mean, I know from the prepper side, the UK prepper side on Discord and things like that, there's various servers. I'm in one. I'm in the UK prepper
Yeah.
one, which sort of breaks the UK up into zones.
Hey, viewers.
So people can better communicate with each other and organise should an emergency take place.
Thanks for sending me the link there, Shadow.
What do you think, Alan? What is the prices? Say, for example, in Scotland. Say, for example, a little farm, because I saw a place in Wales once. I know it's a bit of a bit away from Scotland, but there was a farmhouse with barns, with nice little bit of land on it, being rented for £580 a month. I was thinking, what's it like up in Scotland, like to perhaps rent an old farm?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's dependable. I mean, the thing with the UK is the further north you go, the cheaper things tend to become when it comes to renting and buying and things like that. That's kind of just across the board.
Yeah.
You can buy a plot of land in Scotland, a few acres for as little as 10 grand.
Wow.
It depends. The thing is, the owning land doesn't mean you can do anything you want on it. You can't just dwell on it just because you own it. You can't build things on it just because you own it.
You got some. I believe you got this tribe in Africa, one of the forests up in Scotland, claiming that Africa's, that it was their land.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, there is currently a crazy person who calls himself the king, and he's got two wives. I'm not sure what. I think they're from Nigeria, maybe, but they're basically squatting in a woodland in Scotland, and they're claiming that it's their land. The son did a little bit of a research into him. It turns out the guy is actually a sort of 10 times failed businessman and scammer. who's obviously just nuts. You know, and it's some sort of publicity stunt in order to wrangle people towards something that he's selling, I'd imagine. I think the council are going to evict him soon, but
Yeah,
you know,
I heard that he's been served eviction notice.
yeah, he did get an eviction notice from one person's property, but then he just moved over the fence to the next bit of property. You know, and you can kind of keep doing that. But to be honest, I say just leave them to it. You know, it's winter's coming.
Oh man! I wouldn't want to be there in the winter time. Woo.
Yeah, I don't think the African king in his terrible looking cheap tent is going to live. You know, go very long in the winter.
Is it possible that it's possibly a skeet or some kind of play group, or is he genuinely like crazy?
Well, yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Looking at the Sun article, it looks like he's just a bit of a crazy person. It does. I mean, he has made a bit of a long-term camp, however. So, I mean, it's slightly relevant to what we're talking about just now in a way. But he does need continuous supplies, and apparently he's still receiving these benefits. So, you know.
Wow. Well, going back to the land, like you said, you can get a few acres up there for about 10 grand, but I heard you can't necessarily you can only sort of camp on it for a few nights and then go away for a few months and then come back again and camp on it. But to set up a little community, that's what we're sort of, you know, maybe setting up some kind of organised. If you can get a few people to say, yeah, I'll chip in the rent money, a few like-minded people, and start now, get away from the system now, because it's tightening the rope around us. In the UK, I think they've just announced they're going to do ID. Digital ID.
You definitely can do it.
Sorry,
no, crack on you go.
No. It's all good. Like, I actually am really enjoying the conversation that you guys are having as well. I think that I saw a news report on it sometime within the last several days, and I saw that it says the king and queen, and then it's their handmaiden. And I think that the handmaiden sounds like very much American. Like you can hear like in the video as well, and it's just it's a rather interesting concept considering like what is he's kind of preaching as well about bringing people from all corners of the earth to their homeland. It's rather interesting when there's actually documented cases of like the Scottish castles and that.
Hey,
as well.
Bob.
Hey, welcome in, Bob.
Hey, Bob.
Good morning.
Bob.
Hello.
Morning, Bob.
Good
Hello
morning.
to everybody in the chat, by the way. To the people as well that are in the chat. We really appreciate you being here.
Yeah, they've certainly got an interesting take on what they think is their rightful ownership of certain areas of the country, but I don't think it'll be very long-lived, to be honest. And what you were saying about Dare Love, I was just going to say, actually, there is actually some people who have these like small communities in Scotland. And when I left school and when I left high school, a friend of mine and his brother actually went to live in one of these communities for a couple of years. And the way it worked was it was a farm, and they had like an old farm building, like a large farm building. And then in exchange for slowly renovating this farm building, basically for free labour, they would learn skills about carpentry and building, masonry, all that kind of stuff. But they would also get to live there, effectively rent free. And they were kind of like a hippie community, to be honest. And they had their own little off-grid system going on and things like that. It's got its pros and cons, to be honest, because I remember when I visited them when they first moved there, it seemed like quite a good idea, and everybody was sort of collaboratively doing things. But as time went on, it kind of attracted different kinds of people, and it went from being a normal sort of community to turning into a sort of radical vegan sort of hippie type weird thing. And eventually the owner pulled the plug on it, I think, after about 6 or 7 years. But
this come and ruin it.
Yeah, well, there was no leader. That's the thing. They were very idealistic. It was kind of the hippie thing. It's like, oh, we don't need a leader. We don't need we just all freely do what we want. We do this, we do that, and of course that descends into absolute chaos eventually. But I mean, having your own sort of homestead is the ideal situation to be in for long-term
Yes.
survivability. And if you can extend that to the point where you have a community, I suppose it would start with your family, the community of your own family, and then that would extend to their, an ever widening sort of net until you eventually had your own little town or whatever. But I mean, that's just civilization. I mean, unless you were a multimillionaire with thousands of acres of land, I can't really see how you could have a fully functioning large community going on. You could certainly network with people at the moment with the idea of going to certain places or having, that as a concept. If I was a farmer, for example, and I was also of a prepper or survivalist mindset, I would make it an idea that, yes, if SHTF happened, you could come to my farm in exchange for security of my land and my property, and that would be, there'd be labor involved and things like that, but that would be a safe sort of community for like-minded people and things like that. But as the owner, I would then take sort of leadership of stewarding who was on it and who wasn't on it and things like that. And that's the way I would do it. And even if I wasn't the farmer, if I was one of the community, I would certainly consider bugging out to some sort of farmstead of like-minded people, and then many heads are better than one type thing, and everybody sort of working together, and it would be an easy way for that farmer to protect his property by having his own little community of people around them. I think back in the old days in America, like the Western type places, some small homesteads did that, where they very small rural farmers banded together to form a little network, their own little protection zone. They did that to prevent cows getting stolen and stuff. Bob will know more about that than me.
Well, they still do that in Australia right now. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah,
I know a guy who lives in Australia, and for years building his property, he'd take the backpackers in and feed them and give them someplace to sleep on the floor or whatever, and they would do labor in exchange for their food. But not so much in the U.S. now. Not so much.
I think like that can work now and again. Like you say, some kind of have some kind of rules, set in,
Your audio's not coming through very well.
Yeah, you're lagging hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I can just continue on with what Alan said as well, while Ariella gets the audio set up. But so obviously, when it comes down to like what Alan was saying there, homesteading as well, and understanding the basic principles of that while you can, I think that inviting people onto the property as well is very smart. You do always need to just be like cautious to a degree, but I mean, in really dire times, human beings have shown like time and time again to band together and unite to fight through hard situations. I think that obviously like trusting certain people, and that's where you started off and pointed out the fact of having like the family be the center of what you're really doing, and like where it really starts off as well is a good point. I think that for the most part as well, when you start off of that, because of that level of trust, you can absolutely, as depend on your family a lot more than new strangers and that as well. And I think that in order of like family to friends to acquaintances as well in your area, and that's why right now the best thing that you can ever do, I believe firmly in this as well, for long-term camping, and it segues into that perfectly. But the best thing that you can ever do as well regarding your community and the people around you is genuinely try and be like a kind, compassionate, caring person. But also like you need to do so while also maintaining like a certain level of self-respect. I mean, don't be like ultra friendly to every single person, but being really friendly definitely helps you a lot to bridge gaps of people that are strangers to friends as well. So right now, the best thing that you can legitimately do to start forming that community when it does arise is, how fantastic would it be if you do have that farm or homestead that's a little bit out of the way, and what happens is slowly but surely, like you start gathering people in the community that you actually used to be on good terms with back when things were still steady and stable, because it's that level of trust that I firmly believe that will cause like you to really be able to band together properly, because without that level of trust, it's very hard to make friendships, and it's very hard to like rally around each other if you don't have that level of trust. So do so now while things are still good. And then hopefully when things are, when they do turn a bit topsy-turvy, you're capable of, pulling that back in as well. I also want to say greetings to Benjamin. I've never been on a panel with you before as well. It's nice to make your acquaintance. And I think you look stellar. Like, I actually, my Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, that's, I also dress in a very similar coat. And I always think it's good to have a good appearance. So yeah, nice to meet you, buddy.
Man. Nice to meet you too. Sorry that I've been quiet, guys, and I'm heads down just sorting out a couple of orders, and then I'll be with you all. I'm catching up on the day.
No, you're good. Anybody else on this topic as well? I'd love to hear more from you guys.
Yeah. Well, like I said, my issue, like I said, I've these thoughts have circulated in my mind about just different situations. Like they're talking about that commune, where they had like a farm and everything like that. That, like I said, that has been a concern of mine. Not so much the commune, but I'm just saying, like, people getting together. Okay, I'm fine with getting together with people and, like I said, and everybody pulling our labor and pulling our resources for a common goal. What I'm not okay with is I'm not okay with freeloaders, and I'm not okay with somebody being like Mr. Dictator, like my rule is the final word. Like, it's one thing if like I'm on somebody else's land, like, like for instance, like, I've discussed with some friends over here, like my buddy Rob, we've been in discussion, if I think get that, I'm going to take my supplies and everything, load up my pickup truck and go over to his place. At the end of the day, my buddy Rob, he has the final say on everything because it's his land, so it's fair because, he's landlord in that case. But this whole, I don't know, like I said, there has to be a hierarchy, but at the same time, there's got to be, a level of respect. Like I'm of the mindset of, lead by example, like, instead of being the guy that goes out and delegates all the tasks to everybody, you lead by example. Like, I take my turn standing armed guard. I also take my turn splitting firewood. I take my turn in the kitchen and everything like that, and take my turn doing all the cleaning and all the medial chores. And that's what, like I said, that's what I have concerns with, is like some people, they just think that, well, I'm going to, like I said, I'm going to force my way onto everything. And the other thing too is, like, I'm worried about, like a David Koresh type individual, where they're going to try to use religion and influence. And now they've declared all the women in the commune or on the property to be his property and his wives and blah, blah, blah. And that's the other thing I'm not okay with either. But, those are the extremes that I think about on a regular. It's not to say that I don't trust people, but like Bob knows, there are some people, even in my family, they are not welcome on my property ever again. Ever again.
It's like, hey, how you doing, everybody? A little.
Oh, hey there, Chef.
Hey, Rocket.
It's almost like we're talking about a mag versus a CAG versus a commune versus a cult. I mean, you can go.
Yeah, well, that like I said, I'm worried about turning into a commune cult.
Yep. You can always wind up going that way if somebody, your mutual assistant group, and everybody does their own thing, but you can help each other out at a distance and not live on the same property. Maybe one or two living together, and then but somebody's kind of in charge, not to dictate, just to say, hey, look, these are some of our rules. We get along. We trade stuff with each other. If you get caught stealing from somebody else, you're out of the group. Period.
Yeah. Well, like the one book that the one book Patriots, they did kind of loosely touch on this without actually going about it, but like essentially the group in that book, it was kind of autocratic rule for a lot of the stuff, but like there was a lot of tasks where they delegated like a vote to everybody, but when it came to certain certain issues where like it was like defense of the group itself. There was one guy, he had the final call and the final say on everything because he was the tactical coordinator essentially. Like I said, they had different heads, that they delegated different tasks to. Like somebody would be delegated, like head of logistics, somebody be delegated, head of medical and all that stuff. And like I said, just it kind of spread out the load a little bit, but it also, gave everybody some responsibility. It didn't allow anybody a chance to just sit off to the side and do nothing and contribute nothing and order people around.
The question is about that on that topic. What does logistics really look like in that type of scenario? And I know that there's different types of scenarios where long-term camping would be required, right? But legitimately, the logistics and having people, bicycles, right? Things like that. Things as simple, if you go back to before we had the technology that we do now and lean on some of the ways that people used to use for modes of transport. I know logistics isn't just transport, but it's also planning out and making sure that your camp's secure and basically just all around 100% taking care of those things. It's just a good topic to actually bring up, and it'd be interesting to hear your guys' thoughts on what logistics looks like after maybe 2 years long-term camping.
Well, you're definitely going to need to sort out sanitation, because you can't, you need to either have some kind of hole that's quite a distance from the camp. You don't want it to be too close to the camp. Stuff like water. Who's gonna, how you gonna deal with water? How you gonna contain it?
Yeah, you definitely need to have some sort of system in place where there's a sustainability going on within this camp as well.
Yeah, you're not just gonna find a piece of property and just bring people in and say, okay, let's figure out everything now. No, it won't work like that.
People will soon starve. There won't be good toilet facilities. There won't be,
right.
That's one of the things is when you start going down a kind of thought experiment like this, it's so highly dependent on the actual initial situation and
it would
what's already available.
As a farm or a property with stuff or some infrastructure, so to speak, already in place, and then slowly bring some people. And yes, that makes you the landlord, so to speak, like Diorsi said. It's that person's rules. It's his property. But if I had enough property and outbuildings, things and infrastructure, water containment, all that stuff. I had pretty much everything I need. Could use more, but if somebody came in, they could help build more and stay. As long as it's a trust factor at that point. You don't just randomly have people walking down the road looking for something and say, "Hey, can I stay here?" It's like, no. I don't know you. You can live over there in the other property for a while, and maybe we can trade for a year or so. If you can sustain yourself, then maybe we'll let you in a little bit and trade some stuff, and maybe we can do labor for each other and trade, things like that. It's not an overnight instant success of anything. It never was. It never will be. Look at countries. They were not an instant success. They were slow built over, decades and centuries.
Everybody's got something they could chip in. Everybody's got two hands. They can chip in something. And yes, you definitely got to be careful who you're bringing into your community. But no one's perfect. None of us are perfect.
The thing is, with everybody having a little something to chip in as well, the two-hand approach, there has to be some sort of economy of some sort of commerce going on, because, what are people living off here? If we're talking about just all, descending on a place that has unlimited resources and it's slowly being consumed in exchange for something.
I just want to springboard off of what Alan said too. The other thing too, with people need to have skin in the game. There's got to be, if you're going to have people on they need to have a vested interest to be on this property. It needs to be, they almost need to treat it as, their second home in ways, in fact, it might just be their primary home if we're talking about prolonged grid down type situation. But like I said, they need to have skin in the game. That's what I'm saying. I do not want to have anything to do with anybody that's going to freeload.
Yeah, and it has to be. The thing is with the sort of economy side of it as well. I mean, there's a few different kinds of communities spring to mind when we're talking about this. Really, what we're talking about just now isn't really encampments. We're talking about, the early stages of full-on communities. So we'll probably loop back round to the more basic encampments later. But I can imagine a sort of ranch hand situation. A rancher, hiring in ranch hands in order, in exchange for labor. He controls his cattle and things like that because there's an economy going on there. There's commerce. The rancher is still selling, the cattle. So that's
there's actually that like I said, there's operations like that in the Western United States that still do they operate that way today till this day.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And they did that a lot even back in the 1930s during the Great Depression over here in the U.S. We had a lot of farms, a lot of major, agricultural centers, and a lot of ranching facilities where they needed labor, and they would have, flop houses, boarding houses where the labor would stay and they would work in exchange for a meal and a place to lay their head down.
Yeah, I tend to find that with a lot of things in long-term prepping or survivalism, by looking at what people did in the place that you're at in the past, that usually tells you what it is you would do. That's because you're not trying to reinvent the wheel here. I mean, it's literally a case of, well, how did people survive beforehand? So in the US, it would be sort of ranches and cattle and large area open spaces and things like that. That, of course, wouldn't work in a country like the United Kingdom. So what did people in the UK used to do back in the day? Well, we had a whole system called feudalism, which was, I won't bore you with what that is really, but imagine the sort of pre-democracy type days where the king ruled everything. But imagine the way they had it was there was one ruler in a castle who would then have a village around about him. And each of the people who lived in the village was allocated a small plot of land. So they had like a hut, and then they would have, say, half an acre. And each one of them would grow a specific crop or raise, pigs or sheep or whatever on that one little plot. And what would happen is they would take a piece of it for themselves, and that would be how they sustained themselves. And then they would give the rest of it up the chain. There was a hierarchy of lords and nobles and all this kind of stuff, and eventually it goes all the way up to the king. And you think, well, what's in it for them? Well, they would then have the security of the community. They would have the freedom to be on their own little plot of land, doing their own little thing, and it would sort of work its way up. And then should, the Vikings invade or whatever, the king can then call on all the men to go and fight, and the women would sort of take over the little homestead. But it was entirely self-sustaining. And feudal Britain existed for hundreds and hundreds of years, maybe even thousands. I'm not entirely sure, but I mean that was how a small country like the UK can operate on much smaller areas of land. And each one of these little areas were linked up by walking paths, because most people didn't have like horses or anything, and they would basically just walk from trading point to trading point. And this is where bothies, bars, inns, taverns, all this kind of stuff was kind of invented based on the intermediaries between these communities. And of course eventually you just end up with society that we're in today. But I mean, I think that's getting off topic slightly.
Yeah, I was just going to bring up blacksmiths and the need for repair of those that are traveling between towns,
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's the old thing where, you remember the old gold mining towns in the United States where people would rush to one area that there was a possibility that there was gold, and these communities would develop out of nowhere. And I remember speaking to somebody one time saying, like, what would you do? Would you sort of like, how would you go about, mining the gold? And I always say, well, I would actually set up a shop selling spades and shovels and mining equipment. And
there actually, believe it or not, in history, during the 1849 gold rush in California, the richest man to leave California from the gold rush was that guy who sold.
Yeah.
There was actually a guy, he went through, he bought up every last pickaxe, every last shovel, every last spade, everything. He went and cleared out all these stores, and he freaking marked it all up. And like I said, he cornered the market. He had a monopoly. And like I said, this guy that sold all the shovels and everything, this was the guy who, I don't even remember the guy's name, but he was the guy who ended up being the richest guy from the entire gold rush.
Yeah,
That's the
he
need.
sold
It had
the
nothing to do with that, the actual
gold.
mining.
They were
He
a
actually
lot of
took
them out.
gold as trade for all those parts, and he wound up. He didn't have to he didn't have to dig or pan for
Nope.
anything. He wound up with most of the gold because everybody else is trading their gold to go find more gold.
A lot of those people were Chinese,
Yeah.
and the Chinese also cornered the market of laundry and a bathhouse for the people when they would come back in from the mines and all that. And these guys need to get their clothes washed and a place to wash up. And the Chinese
But
were very
yeah,
brilliant. They did that.
Was
just real quick, well,
it's
not
the
to
service.
dwell on this topic, I was just going to say the reason why things also worked out the way they did back then, these towns being able to spring up, you got to remember a lot of this land was uninhabited. In fact, nobody really owned it. There was no claim to it.
Yeah.
Like that Tom Cruise movie, Far and Away, where they're doing the land races and stuff like that. That's how much land was uninhabited and unclaimed. They were doing all the land claims and all that stuff. Like I said, it was different back then. It would be hard for something like that to happen today unless there was like a mass like die off. People who happen to own land that the landowners happen to die themselves. That'd be the only way something like that would work, or either that or people inhabit BLM lands. That's Bureau of Land Management, not Black Lives Matters, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the service industries or the industries that came out best with gold mining and railroad building and all these kind of pioneer things. Like I pay a lot of attention to the mountain men, the hunters and the trappers and things like that, because a lot of my survivalist type knowledge comes from the study of those kind of practices. But I always find it interesting that it wasn't really the trappers and the hunters that were making the big bucks. It was the intermediaries. It was the vendors, the middlemen in between who were trading
Supply
between.
chain.
Yeah. Those are the real people who are,
Yeah.
sort of making the money behind it and things like that. It really just depends on what you would rather do. Would you rather be one of those people, or would you rather be basically the worker going out and doing the thing? And I think, that's the natural direction of humanity. So, if we were talking about an absolute zombie apocalypse here where, there's very few people left in the world or in a particular place, we would revert back to this kind of style anyway. And then we would, work our way up the ladder of progress as we always have done in history. Entire civilizations have come and gone throughout all of human history. And slowly but surely they sort of build themselves up technologically and so on, over and over again. And the same thing would happen. The difference being that we're aware of the kind of level of progress technologically that we can be at, and we would always be striving to sort of get back to that place. I don't think if the world ended tomorrow in a nuclear war and there was still a couple of billion people left, they would just all say, well, you know what? I kind of liked it the way it was sort of back in the Amish days, the 18 whatevers. Let's just hold it at that. They would be trying to get to the point we're at right now. That would be the direction of progress.
Sorry, go ahead, Alan.
No, I was just ending there. It was just I get this idea that often when we think about these kind of things, like as a thought experiment, we're always trying to recreate something that's already happened, and we don't need to. There's no reinventing of anything here. We know what would happen. It's just a case of how do we get to that point. At what stage along the way are you? And how many people are, and what's the end goal?
Here's a question. What about the logistics around education? If things were to go south and SHTF, what about a form of an education? Because she was on about in a community, people would come in, you would have your trade, your commerce. What about education?
That's a good one.
I think you would have to start thinking about mobilizing, first of all, just getting together, before you start thinking about all the, real heavy issues like around building up a new system, politics, who's going to be the leader, all this. Initially, you need to start mobilizing, just getting the people there. And, you can start sort of, start talking about things and develop things as you go, take it. And like Alan said earlier, dependent on the actual
situation as well, what's happened, you know, be it, you know, we could be saying, let's go and set up a community, and then we're all going to get sent letters saying, right, we need you on the front line. There goes our plan. Well, I'm 65, you can't put me on the front line. Yeah, but I can put you in a factory that you can make stuff, or you can cook stuff, or you can clean stuff.
No, I agree to you on that. Actually, they would. That's the one thing I've been saying to a lot of my mates around where we are. Is it don't matter if you've got mental health or not. There's certain people who've got like just PTSD, or some people have got like some kind of anxiety issue. But they would say, "Oh, can you at least sit there for 4 hours?" Well, yeah, that's what I do at home. Okay, well, you're good enough to go sit in front of a computer and type this up for us, or type that up for us.
It's all coming because it's linked as well to this new system where what's it with the Chinese? It's to do with credit. So if you own a parking ticket and you haven't paid for a parking ticket, and then you decide to go and get a train, the system says no, you can't get a train. You need to sort out this parking ticket fine. It's all good. Everything's going to be sort of on a central computer. But coming back to this community thing, setting up and mobilizing from now, you see. So even us talking about setting up and mobilizing and talking about community sanitation, this, that, and the other, water, whatever. What if we do get a letter, or you know, okay, you can't go there now. You need to go to a FEMA camp. So I think go on, Bob. Let me step in here for a minute. Education, you leave that to the women.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that.
They're very good at organizing, and they're already the caretakers of the children.
That is true. Yeah.
They
where
would
the men come into the education is the
I was
training.
gonna say men can also do some of the education, but I'm talking about practical skills where you're going to see a resurgence of what do you call it? God damn it, apprenticeships. You're going to have apprenticeships come back. You know, resurgence of apprenticeships. There might be, you know, we're talking about different people coming into the group and having different skills. Well, yeah, you're probably going to be training some people and even cross-training people how to do multiple things, multiple tasks.
Yeah, woodworking, metalworking, gardening, farming,
comms.
This is excellent. This is excellent because again, you know, getting your tools ready, like you just said about all these different types of tools. You know, mobilizing, getting the tools ready. You know.
Yeah, I think the roles, routine, and organisation is an important first step when you have an encampment of more than just a few people, because there has to be some sort of level of, okay, we're going to delegate certain tasks to certain people, and there's going to be certain routines put in place in certain time frames. Otherwise, you just have people endlessly wandering around and not really working together. And it just becomes chaotic. So, I mean, it really could just be something as simple as, okay, the two strongest men here, we need a serious sized latrine dug. That's your task for the next couple of days. And, you know, somebody else's task will be gathering water, somebody else's task will be gathering wood, somebody else's task, and so on. And there's a collective sort of point in the day where when you get off shift, you sort of then all share in the spoils of what each of you have been doing collectively, and so on. And it could even be the case that for some people, I've mentioned this before when we've talked about you know, mags and communities, some people who don't really have any real skill or any real ability to do anything, but there's bound to be something that they can do there. Yeah.
A lawyer.
I'm a lawyer. I can help you. I can help you fight for your rights. It's like, dude, we live off the land here. Go away.
Yeah.
If I can just interject in this just for a moment with the lawyer topic, right? Just for 20 seconds. So having a lawyer is actually an extraordinarily good skill and something very valuable to have post SHTF. And I'll explain to you the reason why. And not that I'm a lawyer myself, and I wish I was, I'd have a much better car. But what I will say is that if you are a lawyer, right, you have the capability to basically, when it comes to people being in stressful situations like an SHTF or anything like that, people are very emotional and things can really like get flared up extraordinarily quickly. So having a lawyer there that is actually good at making sure that people remain calm, that because you'll see that a lawyer is actually, that's what their profession is. You'll never ever see a brilliant lawyer lose their temper, get angry or anything like that, because it completely blows everything out of the water. So having a lawyer around, that's why I say like that is really, really valuable, because people are going to be stressed, they're going to have anxiety, they're going to get aggravated much more quicker than they normally would under regular circumstances. So obviously a lawyer in that position is extraordinarily valuable. Sometimes even somebody that doesn't on the physical level have like a large amount to offer a group can be extraordinarily good just in like other skills that they have or knowledge. And then educationally, I'm just going to speak about education just for a moment. And I'll bring up technology, how we in the year 2025 have the capability to store encyclopedias on devices that we can use essentially and protect and assist people in education. It's just my point on education, Ben.
You're not mistaking a lawyer for a therapist, are you?
I was just thinking,
Like, seriously, that was like the only thing that keeps coming to my mind is like you talk about a lawyer. It's like, man, you're describing a freaking therapist.
Lawyers essentially in their own way are not exactly therapists, but they definitely have some of the same skills that carry over.
If I had my way, I wouldn't allow any lawyers on the new territory. They're the ones who are causing all the trouble in the first place. Lawyers.
Some of them, yes.
Yeah. Do you know the interesting thing about lawyers, actually, now that we're talking about it, is if you take a look at some of the earliest records of written history, unbelievably, a lot of it's from lawyers. You know, you don't imagine that, but see way back in the days of like Alexander the Great and all these kind of people, they had lawyers. There had to be a mediator to, you know, all civilizations have laws, and you need somebody to be able to interpret the laws. And if you are being accused of something, whether it could be anything, like he stole my chicken, I think he should have his hands chopped off, but you're not very good at verbalizing your own defense, then it might be a good idea for you to say to somebody who knows a little bit more about the ins and outs of it, to say, I'll speak on your defense. It's just interesting that some of the security. Yeah, I mean, it's just interesting that some of the first accounts of written history are actually legal documents and ledgers. You know,
Alan was being my lawyer there. You see what a lawyer would do in that position is defend his brother like that. Thank you, Alan.
Everything has its place. It's just the problem is that with all these kind of professions, is they can of course be abused a little bit.
Yeah, they can get a little muddy.
Everybody hates a lawyer until they need one.
In the meantime, lads, can you go and get some water and wood now? I mean, you could talk about. I mean, we're in the forest, you know, and our law and this stuff's going to apply here. It's going to be maybe when we have the campfire this evening, we could talk about stuff like that. Initially, Pharisees and the Sadducees. You had you had Pontius Pilate, the governor. It's interesting the people chose Barabbas. Anyway.
Yeah, it shows. I mean, that's what? How many thousands of years ago was that? Those kind of characters were around? A couple of thousand at least.
Yeah. Pontius Pilate, the governor.
Yeah.
The Pharisees, the people who are supposed to know the laws and what have you.
I mean, depending on how big your community becomes or whatever. I mean, if you're only a group of like 8 or 10, okay, you know, like 2 families or 2 families plus 1 or 2 outside other people, you know, once you get bigger, then maybe I guess a lawyer who is also, you know, good at security, and then he would basically be the magistrate or the sheriff or whatever you want to call him in a smaller community. The bigger it got, then, you know, your lawyer becomes the judge and he has other people below him, and that's when you wind up with a society, not necessarily a community.
Yeah, I think even we keep talking about bigger societies here when we're talking just now, but I mean one thing I've been paying attention to recently is how not so much homeless encampments but refugee camps, how do they function, how do they operate? And I don't mean the very, very long term refugee camps like you see in the Middle East and Gaza and places like that, but you get these temporary refugee camps that are set up for maybe 5 or 6 months at a time. How do they operate? And it's interesting to study how they operate and function properly. And they do actually have things like mediators, you could call them. They're not quite lawyers, but there's definitely mediators there, because if you get a group of people together, no matter how well they get on with each other initially, they could be related. Everybody knows that eventually there's going to be some sort of dispute. There's going to be some sort of fight. There's going to be some sort of action. And you also have to think about, how do you deal with somebody who is, just out of his mind or something, something's going on.
And these are the thoughts that have circled in my mind quite a few times, especially, again, just thinking about the hypotheticals. We're in a mag, we're in a group, because I've seen it in real time where there are people that I thought I knew pretty well, that we all happen to be like I said, they've completely forever lost my trust, and I will never have anything to do with them ever again.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're stuck in a situation where you're all forced into one location, there has to be some sort of way where an order can be, some sort of order can take place, and this runs into camp security as well as anything else. I mean, how is security maintained? When it comes to refugee camps, they generally rely on NGOs, these non-government organizations, and so they're getting their supplies externally, because the thing is, with a refugee camp, that's not a self-sustaining community. The second a community becomes self-sustaining, it's no longer a refugee camp, in my opinion. So you hear about these refugee camps that are 50 years old. Yeah, that's not a refugee camp. That's just
I gotta dip out. I'll be back, Shadow.
Yeah, no problem.
Later, Dios.
Later.
So I'll be back, but
if you're a refugee camp and you're getting external resources and supplies, there has to be something in place or someone on the ground that can allocate that stuff correctly and distribute it, or keep control of it, or at least keep a ledger of what's going on.
That is why you need a record keeper, as Nelly on the Land suggested, because a record keeper keeps records of the weather as well. So that is a good idea.
Yeah, absolutely.
Somebody has to do it.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, in the UK, there's a historical document called the Doomsday Book, which is actually just a large ledger. I mean, it's what it is it's a document listing basically every single person in the UK and sort of where they are and what they do, and it's kind of like a census book, I think, really.
Pretty much.
And that's, but it's a fascinating insight into how people used to survive back then. I can't remember what year that comes from. Somebody could Google it and find out, but that demonstrates a sort of written record of people thinking this way, thinking, okay, we need to document this. Where exactly can we get these resources? Who grows what and when? How many members of the family are in that community, and so on. And the people who were getting this data together were using it for their own means. They were using it as a collective means of their own, pulling their own resources for, whatever that may be. But again, we're kind of straying back into the territory of full-scale civilizations and things like that, not really camp-orientated things.
And Prepper for the Ages says, example, it's hard to dig latrines if the ground is frozen. Oh, yeah, it's really hard and tough work. You don't want to do that.
You just got to get everybody to pee in the same spot for 20 minutes just to thaw it out so you can dig a hole.
And actually, a thought to that as well, for what Prepper of the Ages said, is something I mentioned to Alan earlier on WhatsApp, which was the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant has gone into its 4th day of being on backup power or emergency power. So if something like that happened, and we saw something similar to a meltdown or similar to Chernobyl, something like that, something that we've seen in a sense in our history, how are you going to be able to dig a hole in the ground if there's particles? There's also that factor. I mean, that's the ultimate factor. That's the doomsday factor in a sense that most people would say. But if there was a form of a radioactive fallout, how can you dig if the ground is currently covered in particles?
Well, if there's that much radioactive fallout, you're not going to live very long either. So I wouldn't worry about digging a hole to take a dump.
Yeah.
No, that's true, but it's still one of those things to think about. Not necessarily saying nuclear war goes on in every country. Say it was an actual power plant that went off. Not necessarily going to be end of the world straight away.
I think for a scenario like that, you would be looking to try and gather information about where the contaminating contamination is,
Prevailing winds
and then
and all
get the hell away from there. You know,
Yeah.
rather than trying. There's no point in trying to eke out a survival scenario in a place that's a dead zone.
Exactly.
You know, it's then a case of bugging out and trying to get away from there, which
Well-
kind of goes. I mean, this goes a little bit of a way to talking about encampments as well.
Yeah.
The bare bones encampments. If we're going right to the basics, where do you choose your camp if you have the ability to choose? How long do you stay
that's
there?
the first thing you got to figure out. Yep.
Yeah, and that's highly dependent on lots of factors. I mean, not just the numbers of people, but the seasonality that you're there, and what kind of resources are there. There's no point in pitching your camp at the top of a mountain that has no running water anywhere near it, and come the winter, it's going to be the most terrible, inhospitable place known to man. Or you're in the plains of Africa and you think here looks like a fantastic spot right by this river, but it floods twice a year in the monsoon, or wildebeest herd through there once a year or whatever. These are the kind of because you're not just camping. The thing about an encampment is you're not camping. You're there for a long period of time. Otherwise, it's just camping.
Yeah.
So to me, anything beyond a couple of weeks to me is beyond camping. Then it's more of an encampment, and you have to think about all these other factors.
You bring up a point with Fallout, right? Just where geographically things could be when it comes to WW3 type scenarios.
Yeah.
And if you're speaking on the terms of that as well, for long-term camping, if you really were to go somewhere that is as far away as possible, and you were just mentioning the plains of Africa, like here in South Africa, when it comes to, because if you look at where South Africa is compared to where a lot of the other countries are in the world, I'm not saying it's as safe as Antarctica is, for example, but when it comes to places that are relatively habitable as well, I've got a really big backyard if you guys want to do long-term camping down here. Like, the invites always open ahead of the time if you see things starting to get a bit rough. And, I'm just saying realistically when it comes down to things, if the world does get a bit shaky, I think that South Africa is one of those places. Australia as well. Australia is also pretty far off from where things would kind of get, upside down. Or you could look at a country like Chile, right at the bottom end of South America. That's another possibility.
Yeah, there's a few countries that have been identified as prime spots that if you're lucky enough to live there, you're sort of, New Zealand often comes up. New Zealand, Australia, South Africa, Chile, some parts of Brazil. Kind of anywhere sort of south of the equator actually seems to be quite good. It's the northern hemisphere that's really screwed.
Because the northern hemisphere has like 70% of the population above the equator.
Yeah, I mean that's where all the bombs are going to be landing.
And further between, South America, Africa, and Australia. I mean, and New Zealand. I mean, there's so much space in between it. If something happened in say Australia, if they had a nuclear whatever meltdown, something like that, something gets ejected up into the atmosphere, it's pretty much going to stay in the southern winds. And not really, but it's got so much distance to travel, it'll thin out a whole lot and wind up raining down the ocean and getting not dissolved, but thinned down to the point of maybe not as bad. But up north here, if something happens in California, the whole country is wasted in terms of fallout or something like that, and then that's just going to travel on the jet stream and wind up over in Europe and everywhere else over there. So the whole northern hemisphere is just way crowded for that.
The only reason I made mention of it briefly was so we got some context to this was the couple of posts up on X from Reuters and people like that was if it was to go meltdown stage, it could be similar to Fukushima, and that's what they've kind of compared it to.
Yeah, Fukushima's still ongoing, but nobody talks about it anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, how many people did Fukushima kill?
We don't know. That's the problem.
Yeah, but I mean, the tsunami killed more people.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's the people seem to forget that, I think, when they talk about nuclear disasters and stuff. It's very similar to Chernobyl. I've heard it said that Chernobyl killed 10,000 people, down the line with cancers and things like that. But that's also kind of like people who say, 10,000 people a year die in the UK from road pollution or whatever. Yeah, maybe, but not entirely directly. I mean, there's a bit of a tedious link going on there in order to link that up. When it comes to nuclear explosions and fallout, and with the actual particles in the air, the ones that rain down on you, and pretty much if you breathe them in, you're screwed. Really, you only have to be away from them for a few days. After a few days, most of that particulate is now ground level, and yeah, you can kick it up in the dust and whatever, but for the most part, you can go outside after that point. So you just have to hide away if you're in.
Oh, we talking about fallout?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's.
I believe it takes 28 days for that stuff to fully dissipate, at least enough to where it's not harmful.
Yeah, I mean, it's the fallout from a nuclear power plant is very different from the fallout from a nuclear explosion.
Oh yeah, definitely.
People confuse them quite a lot. Also, most nuclear explosions in a nuclear war would be airburst; they wouldn't be ground burst. So there's very little fallout to an airburst nuclear explosion.
Yeah,
because
something like 14 days maximum on a airburst.
Well, it's not even really that, because I mean the fallout is the dust. If a nuclear weapon hits the ground, all the dust, the big mushroom cloud, that's all radioactive. But an airburst explosion is up in the air. It's actually more destructive. It causes more damage, but it doesn't cause any fallout, to the same extent of a ground burst. There's no mushroom cloud, for example. It doesn't work that way. It's it's kind of different. Either way, if you're close to either one of them, you're kind of screwed, and you just have to deal with it as best you can. But I mean, nuclear survival is somewhat different, and also kind of different to the topic we're talking about just now, I would say.
But I would also add that it isn't doom and gloom like instantaneous, because I was going to mention I've seen a lot of chatter over a lot of different channels where people are like, oh, there's talks that this could go nuclear and this, that, and the other, and I need to get more preps in. And it's like, yeah, but it's not doomsday. It's like you just said, Alan, there's different types. There's airburst.
It depends which philosophy you hold as well. I mean, if you read Noam Chomsky's book, for example, then it seems entirely hopeless. Nuclear winter happens after nuclear war, and all life on Earth dies. Basically, that's the crux of it. Spoiler alert if you've never read his book. But in reality, I mean, most of those models have been proven to not be the case. It wouldn't really happen that way. There was thousands of nuclear tests done, in Australia and the United States and places like that, and they didn't cause any kind of nuclear winter or anything. There was 5 or 6 atmospheric and space test nuclear weapons and stuff that were far greater than anything that hit Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And they didn't destroy the atmosphere like some people believed. I think.
Well, like an EMP is basically an airburst nuclear weapon, but it's high up in the atmosphere.
Yeah. Well, that's what
I'm more concerned of an EMP or even the sun generating a CME more than I am worried about any kind of nuclear exchange between superpowers.
Yeah.
Yeah, that nuclear exchange would wipe out the power grid in a lot of areas more so than what the ground zero effects of the explosion would cause.
I'm more concerned about the guy down the street or the drug addict 2 blocks over. Those are the people that are going to fuck up your life.
They pose the most immediate danger.
That's the most direct threat to your safety right now is a drug addict,
Yep. I agree
or an
with Bob on
alcoholic. Either one. They will fuck up your life so fast.
Yeah.
If you can get a shipping container and actually build some sort of I know that we're speaking about long-term camp logistics, but if you can have that type of, bug out location where you are able to get some sort of contraption going like that could pose as that for fallout, like I think that for the most part you could, at least as you guys are saying, it's a month, right, for the fallout to kind of dissipate. And I think that like over a month's period, you could definitely survive with a small community. The only problem comes in with like clean oxygen as well, and food, obviously. And
Yeah.
But then that comes into also the long-term logistics as well. That's down to you then as that individual. Say you got it for your family. If your concern then is food and water, it's look in your pantry, make sure you've got what you've got, and if you've not got enough, sorry, get a little bit more.
Yeah, and then also become like I don't know if we mention this often enough as well, but rotational prepping as well. So making sure that you do your food as well is on rotation. That's food that your family also enjoys. But as you're using from the back of your shelves as well, you replace that in the front, and you get used to like your body also gets used to eating that specific type of food because you don't want to fall ill in a situation like that either.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree with that as well.
The one thing I
food
will
fatigue.
say as well is don't forget to shake your tins. I don't know why, but I heard around by me another prepper who lives local says if you leave your tins, say they're on your shelf, long life for 3 months, and you haven't touched them, all the sediment's going to settle at the bottom. So just maybe once every 2 weeks, just go and give them all a little shake and put them back. Nothing.
I've never heard anything like that before.
Yeah, that's
These are
interesting.
local tips.
That's
So I was
very
Yeah, like I said, I'm used to doing like the squeeze test to make sure they're not bulging or anything like that. And I'm used to like checking to make sure there's no perforations or any punctures. Because I've actually had couple of my cans of condensed tomato soup go bad just because they somehow ended up getting a hole through the side of them.
Yeah, I've had
And same thing with a tin of fruit as well.
faulty tins.
Yeah.
Food storage
a lot of that
in cans is its own issue in terms of it's the manufacturing process. If there's a microfracture in that, whatever they spray on the inside of the cans, and it's a acidic kind of product,
acid.
it will eventually eat through, which is why these cans have shelf lives. But you always check it, smell it, and you'll start to know, if it's 2 years past your expiration date, you open it up or you taste it and it has like that metallic flavor to it. Oh yeah, it's already leaching into the metal, and it's not much longer before it eats through the can and makes a mess. That's why I freeze dry food.
Gotta love freeze dried. Hey, Mad Chef, do you want to have a laugh talking of freeze dried?
Sure.
The only thing that got me into freeze drying stuff at home was those freeze dried astronaut ice cream packets you could get.
Seriously, that I've done it. It's fun, but it's not. It takes for the amount of time and energy and stuff you have to do to make a snack.
Yeah,
that's like I tell all my friends that are like, "Oh, I want freeze dryer." Do you make Skittles? It's like, no, I didn't buy a freeze dryer to make candy at candy. Period.
But
I make my own MREs. I mean, I have my own recipes. Obviously, I was a chef, and I make up what I want. And cheesy beefaroni, whatever stuff like that. Oh, all different recipes, and stuff that has good calorie count, good carb count, and keep me full for 6 hours or whatever. And I make my own meals, and I tray them up. I do all the math on it. I know how much water to add back to it, and they go in Mylar bags. I got tubs of them.
What is your preferred MRE?
Prepper for the Ages asked a good question in the side chat. Does bugging in at long-term camping is a part of long-term camping? I say yeah, it is.
Yeah, I would say yes on that one too.
Yeah, it is long-term.
What is that background noise?
Sorry, probably shut.
No.
It won't be me. I got soldering iron. I'm good.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think it's making that noise there.
Sorry about that. No, I'm firing up the generator because it's been sitting for a while. It was a pain in the ass trying to get to start up because I had old gasoline in it and I forgot to change it out. Even though the gasoline that was in it was stabilized, it still gummed up the carburetor.
Yep. Now my favorite MRE or my best one would be anything with a protein, a starch, and vegetables in it. Pretty much a whole meal in a bag. I love doing MRE soups. I'll make like 4 or 5 gallons or whatever it is in liters of like a chicken vegetable soup or turkey vegetable or beef vegetable. And I make sure that I have the, reasonably even amount of, meat and vegetables in each portion. And then I'll freeze dry noodles separately and just throw them in a bag. So that way, when I add my water back to it, and it doesn't matter if it's a little too much or a little too little, it's still soup and all the nutrition's still in there. It just might taste a little watered down if you put too much water in there, but it's got everything I need. I mean, I eat my own. I make it for my wife. She's a nurse. I put freeze dried soup. I'll take what's basically a half liter of soup and freeze dry it. Put it in a half liter jar, which only takes up about a third of the space. And I seal it up and I put the O2 absorber in there and I give her the jar. She takes it to work with her and just pops the lid off, pulls the O2 absorber out, and fills it up with hot water off the coffee maker. And she's got chicken noodle soup ready to go. And all her friends are like, "Where'd you get that instant soup?" She's like, "My husband makes it."
Yeah. Love it.
Yeah, that's delicious as well. It's something if you can imagine when you're hungry and it's a bit cold, having something like that, that's phenomenal.
It's a feel-good food.
Yes.
Oh, soup's
absolutely.
great, stews, pretty much anything. I mean, I just make whatever comes to mind at the time, or if I see somebody on one of the other channels making something, I'm like, ooh, that sounds good. I think I'll modify it this way, a little less fat because fat doesn't freeze dry. You can have up to about 8-10% maximum as long as your freeze dryer is getting 100% of the water out of there, and it won't spoil.
Wait, Chef. Wait. You said fat doesn't freeze dry, because that just shoots my cannibalism right to hell, right there.
Oh, you just need lean muscle meat.
Oh, I gotta be selective.
After somebody's half starved to death, they ain't no fat left on them. It is lean meat.
Good to go then.
There you go.
Well, what does it do to syphilis? Because Bob says he likes his long pork with a little bit of syphilis.
That's right.
No,
it's a natural.
If you cook it before you freeze dry
tenderizer.
it, you pretty much kill the syphilis. It's the enzymes that are left that might make you a little sick.
I gotta work on that. See how long the syphilis has to sit inside of a living body before meat tenderizes it, and then butcher it.
That went dark so quickly.
Oh, that's gross.
Well, and I'm going to bounce out of here, guys. I got stuff to do. I'll be back later.
All right, Bob.
Catch you later, man.
Throw a little bit of
Later, Bob.
Dark humor in with this shit. Peace out, everyone.
Later, man.
Peace, man.
Peace out.
Wait, who dropped out? Like somebody dropped out.
Yeah, Bob dropped out.
Yeah, no. Oh wait, was it Durian Love?
Yeah,
it was still
Real dropped out too.
Where'd he
He
go?
had low battery, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm probably gonna end up having the same myself.
I will be back
Hey,
though.
Vanessa,
I'm also
good
going
to
to
see
do
you,
similar because I'm probably just going to chill with the missus for a bit. But I'll likely be back a bit later near the end of the show. Hopefully CR as well drops in for a little bit. But what I do want to chat about just quickly is just understanding that you need to be very, very cautious in where you plan on setting up your bug out locations and where you plan on long-term camping. People are the most important resource, if you want to say it in that way. Having community is going to be always fundamental, but you've just got to be very, very cautious with that question that was posed earlier when somebody said, and Shadow also highlighted, does bugging in count as long-term camping if the power goes out and there's there's population unrest? So there's the thing, and you can ask yourself, how long would it take for people to become unruly and for people to become desperate? And I'm not speaking about preppers, I'm speaking about people who never even think about prepping at all. And those end up being the most dangerous people because all of a sudden, as you saw during CD19, how quickly did it take for people to just flog the stores and basically take up and use everything that was required? So it's not your preppers that you need to be concerned about. What I will say is, the problem with that is mob mentality. As soon as people start gathering in groups and moving through certain areas, and how long will it take before people actually come and do raiding parties and stuff as well on homes where they may believe people are still there? You've got to keep your lights off. That question itself from Prepper for the Ages is such a good one. But I might chat to you guys a bit later. I love this panel as well, and keep safe, guys. If I don't chat again.
Later, dude. Keep safe.
All right, later, Ernie.
Yeah, and Vanessa has a question actually. Do your plans include sanitation facilities and sanitary facilities to handle waste?
They'd have to. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you have to.
Mine do. I've got a chemical toilet, and I've got two of those 5-gallon bucket toilets.
It's like a famous song once said, it's a dirty job, but somebody's got to do it.
Yep.
Yeah, I believe that was Mike Rowe's theme song for his Dirty Jobs TV show.
Yep.
Probably. Sounds familiar.
No, it's not a probably. It was a theme song.
I think sanitation is probably the most important aspect of long-term camps over a period of time, because, like I said earlier on, a lot of people end up dying of dysentery and disease and things like that just because they're within close proximity and they're not. There's no sewage system or hygiene system put in place.
Either close proximity to sewage waste or poor food handling practices. I mean,
or even in I was going to say even dead human carcasses or dead animal carcasses. Like I said, I'm not going to claim to be a sanitation expert, but I used to drive a garbage truck at one point in time in my life. I used to work sanitation at one point in time in my life. So I've got a little bit of experience in that department.
Yeah, somebody asked me earlier if you needed a ServSafe certification to serve food at a long-term camp. Well, if it's a paid thing like before crap hits the fan, yeah, even if it's a short-term 2-week thing, you're serving to the public or you're selling food, you need a certification from the state or they'll shut you down. And I can't just like roll my barbecue down to the corner store or down on the corner here and pull out a cooler full of burgers, start cooking them and just giving them out free to people. They'd shut me down, probably arrest me. And because I didn't get a permit and get, prove that I have all the sanitation stuff. They don't care if you give your food away for free. They don't want you giving bad food away for free. That's the difference. And I guess it's a public safety thing. And there's different angles to that too, but sanitation is
cooking
key.
food. Good to see you, ma'am.
The thing is, a lot of people see purely from a wilderness survival point of view, because that's kind of my area of interest. Is you don't actually have to be in a camp very long before you start to realize you've got some sanitation problems or hygiene problems.
Right.
Yep. A lot of people will go camping for, say, just 3 days, 3 days, and then they maybe get like an upset stomach and they think it's probably something of, in the environment that's caused this. What it probably is you're not washing your hands properly. You're not going to the bathroom properly. You're not cooking your food properly. All the things that you take for granted in your own comfortable home. You're not really doing it
or bad water.
Efficiently. Yeah, you're not doing it as efficiently in an environment where you're exposed to the elements. And earlier on when like Ben was mentioning, the rotation of food preps and things like that, that's a good thing. There is also a point in a camp in a wilderness environment where you have to relocate. You'll have to move on from one area to the next, because nature encroaches, nature moves in, and even you would be amazed how quickly this happens. I mean, the longest period of time I tend to go on wilderness sort of camps for is about 4 days on average. But even after 2 days, I like to relocate where it is I'm pitched, because eventually what happens is, mice start getting a little bit braver. And they get a little bit closer because they can smell your food and things like that, and they'll get closer. You'll get slugs, you'll get ants, you'll get things slowly but surely start to creep towards you. And the best way of keeping yourself, camp hygiene to a good standard is to up sticks and move. Anybody that also knows that if the weather's slightly bad, if you're going in and out of a tent for 5 days, you're going to end up with a trench. And, it's going to be muddy, it's going to be, contaminated and things like that. So it's always a good idea to sort of, every now and again, just move the entire camp. Maybe just, 100 feet to the left.
And you Brits know as well as anybody else, especially after World War One, trench foot is a real thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, do you know, it's funny that you mentioned that, because when you think about it, the trench warfare of the First World War were encampments. They were camps. And men, basically lived and died in these camps. And all of the problems that we're talking about just now happened in those one places. They were dealing with dysentery, disease, and water contamination. They were dealing with rats. They were dealing with, people would die from the trenches collapsing on them, not from the war. The thing just wasn't maintained properly, and it would fall on them and kill them that way. And the longer people stayed in one location, the more unsanitary and the more disgusting it became, because you haven't got any long-term, there's nothing taking away the waste. Cities are beautifully designed because they have a system in place that extracts everything away from you, and the logistics comes in. They're not self-sustaining. I don't think there's any city in the world that's truly self-sustaining. They rely on outside sources, and the waste that it produces gets shipped out. So there's a continuous movement going on there. And encampment has to be the same. The problem with encampments, especially wilderness encampments, is there's no infrastructure. unless you put some sort of natural thing in place, which is why it's a good idea to up sticks and leave every now and again. That would have to be taken. You would have to think about that if you were thinking about setting up a camp. It's okay to have a farm, to say, okay, I've got 2 acres of land, me and my entire family, my whole community is going to live here in the apocalypse. How long can they actually live there before that turns into... has anybody ever seen Glastonbury when it rains?
No, I've been there when it's raining.
Yeah, it turns into a swamp.
Oh yeah,
Now,
you don't want to be pitching your tents or anything up in there.
yeah, I mean, the whole place gets churned up. Farmers know this. This is why, one of the reasons why they'll have cattle on one field and they'll graze the hell out of it, and then they'll move them field. And then they've got fresh grass, and it gives that other farm, that other field, time to replenish and grow and all this kind of stuff. And they rotate their cattle around. But part of the reason for them doing that is to keep the health of, prevent the cattle from getting their equivalent of trench foot, whatever that is.
I'm sure walking around the mud all the time in their own poop. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, so they have to relocate all the time. So what I'm getting at is you have to think about your own rotation plans, not just your food rotation plans.
If you're gonna wonder why this is why a lot of societies burn everything.
Yeah,
I mean, because once you burn something, aside from the smell coming off from the burning, it turns to carbon. Bodies, feces, you name it. Your toilets and that. The military did that. It mixed diesel fuel with their buckets poo and lit it on fire to burn it off, so it wouldn't spread bacteria. It might stink real bad when it's burning, but there's no living bacteria in that odor. So just most of the time. There probably is initially, but yeah, so that would be one thought to have if you're going to have to stay in one regional area for some prolonged period of time, is have a burn pit. I mean, somebody dies, you want to bury him in the ground. Well, sure, if you have time to expend that kind of energy to do that, but you got to make sure you put them somewhere where they're not going to contaminate the water table. Yeah. So yes, animals die all the time in the woods and things, but other predators will eat it and take care of it. And I mean, by the time everything's done, there's just bones left. But I mean, burning pretty much everything, all your waste and and all that carbon that's left from it, it's actually good for the environment. So it's
well, like I said, this does bring up another issue of logistics. It's like, do you have enough fuel stored up to be doing that? Because you got to think, if I've got diesel fuel or gasoline laying around, I'm not unless I know it's going bad. I don't want to be using it to be burning stuff.
Right? No, you don't utilize your resources to burn dead resources. I mean, you utilize like wood, sticks, brush, stuff like that, and just make a burn pile. Not pour gas all over it or diesel to burn it. I mean, unless you're desperate and need to get something gone really fast. But yeah, put it into as long as that pit is downstream from your water supply or your water table. Yeah, put stuff in there, but burn it frequently. I mean, it's going to be wet initially. Sooner or later it dries, and you build enough fire, throw enough sticks and wood and stuff on there, just whatever things dry out and it burns. Everything burns to some extent.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I think as well, I mean, what we're talking about here is the difference between an encampment and a settlement. So a settlement is somewhere where there's a long-term sustainability of that, in that area. You're not just living off a resource. You're not just wading yourself through supplies, kind of like a homeless encampment or a refugee camp or something like that would be. A settlement would be somewhere like a small village, where there's a system in place for having these burn pits. There's a cemetery where the dead would go. There's some sort of latrine trench further away, and it would move accordingly based over a period of time. Those are settlements. Encampments are, I would, places like, homeless. If you look at homeless people, you get these homeless communities, especially, they're quite well known in the States, but you get them all over the world. They're large tent city type communities. And you take a look at the way that they kind of function, if you can call it that. They're heavily, heavily dependent on volunteer forces coming in and solving a lot of the problems for those people. Now, there's different reasons for that. I mean, some of those people are incapable of looking after themselves, and that's why they're in that situation in the first place. So they're not going to be thinking about how to best build a latrine or something like that. They're only interested in getting through the day. But I think it would be important, if you know you're going to be in an encampment of some sort, you have to think about, what kind of encampment is this? Is this an encampment that relies entirely on outside sources? Or is this an encampment where we're going to try and self-sustain ourselves like a community? Because those are two very different things. And that makes a big difference to the location that you site yourself. Because if you're relying on outside sources, you can basically make an encampment anywhere. Because it doesn't really matter that it could be a field in the middle of nowhere, because an outside source is bringing things in and taking stuff away. That's why you get cities in weird places, although usually by rivers, because that's part of the way how they get their stuff in. But if you're talking about long-term sustainability, like a woodland, for example, okay, fine. But how big is the woodland? What kind of resources does it have? How do you not overmanage it? If you just go in there willy-nilly chopping trees down and doing things and saying, yeah, we've got all the resources you need, you're going to find yourself, burning, slashing and burning yourself out of your own resources.
So essentially what you're saying is being a steward of your land.
Yeah. Or at least think about it. At least take that into consideration when taking a look at the long-term survivability, the long-term prospects of how it is you're going to be there. For me, everything's about survivability. Survivability is about how do I survive today, tomorrow, the next day, week, a month, and so on. And everybody knows all of the things that they need in order to do this. It's just a case of, do I have that here? If not, how do I get it? And if I can't make it, somebody has to give it to me, or I have to get it from somewhere. Yeah. And it's working that out will then determine what kind of encampment you've got.
Yeah.
I definitely agree with that.
You've also got things like sustainability of expansion. I mean, how big can this camp go? How many people can you get in? Even if you've got, let's say, a small camp, say there's 50 of you, you've got this good thing going on. You're by a river. It's a fairly good climate. You've got, there's a forest nearby, so you're keeping warm in the winter. There's some resources, some food. There's 50 of you. Every animal has something called the carrying capacity, which is a population cap, where once you go beyond that point, you can no longer sustain that population. And that's why you get these mass die-offs in populations. That's why if you have too many deer, eventually they overgraze and they die of terrible diseases and they die painfully. That's why they need to be sort of managed.
Wildlife is a great teacher for that. I mean, when
absolutely.
I have it around here. And when you have 2 great seasons in a row, growing seasons, everything in the forest and woods are growing, acorns are falling, the squirrel populations increase and the bird populations increase, and all of a sudden the next year, now you got, there was plenty. If there's food, they breed, and when there's no food, they don't breed, but then they die off.
Yeah, you got a crash. Yeah,
huge crash. We get that. We get that in the States here in different regions, like all the time. It's there used to be thousands of squirrels everywhere. Now there's 2. Yeah, that's because there was a drought for 2 years. Nothing grew, and the only ones that survived were the ones that knew where to find the food, and the rest of them starved to death and died off of diseases and stuff like that because they couldn't get water, couldn't get anything, and they die. And it doesn't matter what animal it is; it's all the same.
Yeah, absolutely. Hi, Brian, by the way, from Scottish Prepper there. In Scotland we have a deer problem. There's a large number of deer in this country, but there's no natural predators. There's no wolves and bears and things like that, killing them off. The only thing that kill deer in this country are cars and a few land managers. Hunters. Yeah, hunters, but there's too few of them. There's not enough of them. So we have there's far more deer.
Can you get a license to go hunt or no?
No, you can't do that. I'm a hunter, so I hunt deer. I manage a small piece of land, but it's incredibly difficult in the UK to get the permissions to do that. You need lots of licenses and all sorts of stuff. I won't bore you with the details, but the point I was getting to was we have so many deer in this country. What you tend to see is we have these boom periods where for a few years there's so many deer. They're just everywhere, but they destroy all the trees. They destroy a lot of crops. They'll do a lot of damage, and then
they eat their supply chain.
They eat their supply chain, but then they don't die immediately. What happens is they kind of start to crash in numbers, and what you end up with is a lot of deer with disease and injury, because it becomes a survival of the fittest. Only the very fittest deer survive, and the other ones, can't get to the very small amount of grazing that's left, and they die painfully and they die horribly and they spread disease. And the same sort of thing would happen if you had too many people within your community. So there has to be you have to know what your carrying capacity is. This is the long way. This is me going the long way about saying you just have to be mindful of what you can actually genuinely sustain in your little encampment, your little village. Everybody knows that if you just flood a village full of people, it becomes so unsustainable from a sanitary point of view, from a food point of view, from a, basically everything point of view. It just doesn't work. And that's why it needs to be spread out a little bit more, and that has to be controlled as well.
Yeah, so you get people like, oh, I bought property, it's 50 acres or whatever size it is, and there's deer everywhere. It's like, okay, then you start eating the deer. As long as you're not eating more than whatever the percentage number is where they can keep repopulating every year. But if there's only a few and you take them out, now your hunting area needs to expand further and further and further out every season because you just wiped out the population. Everybody's like, oh, it's like 50 people are going to wind up in this area and kill all the deer. Well, yeah, when that happens, now they're going to spread out further and further and further because you just wiped out your supplies.
Yep.
If you don't manage it properly, you're gonna starve to death in a short term.
Yeah, absolutely. It's about managing certain resources. I could see, Norfolk UK Prepper there saying, Alan, would you hunt all deer in Scotland and get paid for it? Ironically, I pay to hunt deer in Scotland, even though there's too many deer. That's the way it works in this country.
I was gonna say, the king over there owns everything. They own the fish. The king owns the deer.
Well, the monarchy in the UK own everything beyond the coast. So there's some weird laws about that where they own like all the porpoises.
But like I said, that's where a lot of that comes from. Is you gotta get permission from the king or the monarch, to utilize those resources.
Yeah, I mean, you still have crown estates and crown property, but any animal on that belongs, to the crown. And there are some animals that are famously entirely owned by the crown, like swans and things like that. I think generally in Scotland, if deer are on the land that you own the deer as well. It's called the game rights. So you own all the sporting rights. So when you buy a piece of land in Scotland, it usually comes with a clause called sporting rights, and that provides you the lawful right to fish or hunt game animals at certain seasons on your land. So the landowner effectively owns the deer. But I mean, there's seasonal laws as to when you can take them and stuff as well. Badgers, for example, are protected. So even if you own the land, and badgers, for example, are blamed for spreading TB in the UK. If you had cattle and you knew there was badgers on your land that had TB and you wanted to protect your cattle, you cannot legally kill those badgers. They don't allow it. They try to go through vaccination process.
It's kind of like the birds of prey over here in the US. Like pretty much almost all of them are protected. Like it's very difficult to get permission from the government because, like, one of the issues that some people have, they're raising smaller livestock like chickens, and they'll have like red hawks, like eagles and stuff that come in, and they'll devastate their chicken flock. It's really difficult to get permission from the government to deal with predatory birds over here because, like I said, most of them are protected, and it's only because at one point in time there was an abundance of overhunting over here that just about wiped out a lot of the animal population.
Yeah, there's lots of birds and things that are protected in the UK as well. Lots of hawks and buzzards and things so that were historically
wolves are also protected over here too. They got a lot of issues where they had reintroduced wolf populations that were extinct in that area, and now ranchers are having issues like up in parts of like northwestern Colorado where the wolves are decimating their cattle, and they're legally not allowed to kill the wolves. They're legally not allowed to kill the wolves, even though the wolves are destroying their livestock.
I know turkey vultures are illegal to kill in Pennsylvania, Maryland, because they're like the cleanup crew. They're the garbage men. You know, something dies on the road, they're down there and they will eat everything up and leave the bones. And they're when they crap, because they used to roost in a tree line behind my house, and when that wind blew the wrong way in the morning, oh my God! I mean, just the smell coming off of their crap.
It smelled like death warmed over, literally.
Literally death eaten and warmed over and eaten and digested and crapped out. That's exactly what it was. But you can't kill them either. I mean, it's illegal to kill a turkey vulture, which I get it. And but some of these birds, meanwhile in Pennsylvania, corn crows, open season 365. Coyotes, open season 365, because they don't want them, because they're invasive and they keep multiplying. You can't get rid of them, and the corn crows devastate the crops. And the coyotes they'll eat anything. They don't care.
Coyotes are open season in most states, and I think, if I remember right, I think in Colorado you're required to get I think it was like a fur permit, or like a fur trapper permit or something like that, in order to kill coyotes. Like, they're open season, but you're still required to get some kind of permit in Colorado. Over here in Texas, like, I think there's still areas in Texas where they'll actually pay you to kill the coyotes.
Yeah, that and hogs and wild.
Yeah. Oh man, I was watching the wild boar hunting from helicopters. It's like, dude, I want to do that so bad. I want to do that. That looks like so much fun.
I know my one neighbor at my property, he told me, because I was asking about coyotes, because I heard him. He's like, oh yeah, they're around. He's like, if you see one and you can take it out. He's like, take it out and call me. He's like, because he has a fur trapper.
Taxidermy. Oh.
Yep. No, not taxidermy. He said, yeah, just call me. He's like, I'm gonna bring it over and drop it in my driveway. He's like, I'll know it's there because I got cameras. And he's like, and I'll know you dropped it off. He's like, I'll come out there, skin it, and he tans the fur and that and sells the fur. So, yeah, I mean, that's part of your, I guess, not society, but your group of people.
Land management.
Yeah, land management, but part of your group of people in your little commune, whatever you want to make, and that everybody has a skill. It's like, do I want to eat it? No, I'm not going to eat coyote. It's like eating a dog. Would I if I had to? Yeah, I'd eat it, but I'm really not in the mood to right now. So, but he'd take it and make fur out of it, and that fur tanned can be used for gloves, hats, mittens, whatever, clothing if you had to, winter clothes. So he has a skill doing that, and I got a skill doing other things. And I mean, I know a couple of my neighbors around me now all have a slightly different skill set. A lot of them are into food growing and livestock, so that's good for me. And they know I have other skills too, so that's good for them. So I mean, we don't talk about it, but I know they're there. They know I'm there, and it'd be more of a trade thing if I had to get stuck out there for a prolonged period of time, and I knew they were there. Yeah, I'd meet them at the fence line and talk to them. I'm not going to go strolling on their property to say hi, because probably get shot. But I'd see them out or hear them or something and stroll in that direction and talk to them at a distance and make sure they're okay and see if they need anything. And they'd probably say the same about me. If you need something, just whistle or something from the distance. We'll know it's you, and we'll get together and figure something out. So there's not a lot of trust factor yet, because I don't know them. They're not friends or anything like that. They're just neighbors. So, I mean, that would take a significant period of time to build some kind of trust from them to me and me to them. I mean, like anything else, you're gonna try to have your little group of people. That's fine, as long as it's friends, family, or people that you already trust and know. Except for Diorcy there, who won't bring some of his family in, and I have the same issue talking about. And with a few friends.
Yeah, well, like I said, I've already met one person, who I thought I knew, and then he ended up showing his true colors later on. Like I said, on YouTube, he's part of the prepping and survival community. I'm not going to name his name, but I will never have anything to do with him because he's untrustworthy.
So I guess getting back into our main topic here of long-term logistics and stuff like that.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's kind of went off in group dynamics a little bit,
it happens, and Shadow knows that's why it's a 4-hour show. We spent about an hour talking about the topic, and the rest of the time is just rhetoric and conversations, which it's still good.
I'm going to say, I think for me, like, ideally, I would like to reestablish a settlement. Like that would be for me, not so much the camping, because you can run into issues, with the whole camping issue. You can run into an issue where it's hard to defend an area, like especially if you're just packing up and leaving. Whereas if you got like, just a place that's already pre-established, you can actually just devote your time to, like you said, agrarian lifestyle and, defending the homestead, so to speak.
Yeah, like Nelly on the Land just said, in the times of lawlessness, so to speak, there are no laws to follow in terms of hunting. It's on you to maintain the flock, so to speak, or the herd, or management of your supplies that are wild in the wild, deer, stuff like that. It's on you. Yeah. There's no law saying, there's no law saying you can't go hunt. Great. Doesn't mean I'm going to go out and shoot every deer just because I got no place to store it.
If it flies, it dies.
Yeah, well.
I think talking about sort of long-term camps as well is another thing that happens is the nomadic lifestyle, the nomadic camp. So the idea of up sticks and leaving, like I was talking about earlier on, the nomadic way of setting up camps. I mean, I suppose the modern equivalent now would be sort of traveller communities, that have fleets of caravans, and they'll go to one place, they'll set up camp, they'll work. I
would say talk to the Mongols about that, because they're pretty.
Yeah.
That's like been their lifestyle for thousands of years.
No, Alan's got a point there, and we have that around here. They're commune type people. They seem nice. I dealt with a bunch of them in the past with stores and restaurants and stuff. But they literally have buses that they load up with their stuff, and they'll go from Pennsylvania all the way out to Ohio or Arkansas, and they'll stay out there for months on another plantation, so to speak, or location, and help build stuff and do stuff, and they work and they make money, and then they come back, but they travel around a lot. And that's basically like the nomad lifestyle, except they have a home base. So, but a nomad lifestyle, you move on, you go to a place, you pretty much, may not necessarily use up all the resources there, but you'll know when your resources are starting to dwindle a little bit. So you pack up what you got and move on to another area and do the same thing. But you don't want to wipe out resources, because you may wind up back in that spot, especially if it's a seasonal nomad type environment, where you go north in the summertime and go back south in the wintertime, where, okay, you're up north, okay, you utilize the resource you got, you survive, you get other resources to bring back south with you, and you go back south, because if you stay in one place too long, you're going to wipe everything out, and then you're going to be trying to move while you're hungry, which is never a good thing.
Well, this is why I was saying you create a settlement and you're agrarian, you're raising your life, you're not worried about wiping out the resources as much, because you're already stewarding the land. Like you said, you're growing your crops, you're raising your animals, you're not having to depend upon the hunter-gatherer / nomadic lifestyle. Like I said, it's a little bit more of a stable environment, and it's, in my mind, it's safer and it makes more sense.
Yeah, I mean, it might, the resource that you're exhausting might not just be a physical resource. It might just be a service that sort of, runs its course. What came to mind there while Chef was talking was the traveling circus. A traveling circus rolls into town, sets up a big tent, and puts on a show. Now, that's how they get their income. But they know that eventually people have, you've seen the circus once, you've took the kids twice, it's kind of done. So after a couple of weeks, they've got all they can. They pack up and they move, but they haven't destroyed the relationship there. They know that by the time they go to the next 10 towns, they'll work their way back, and they'll end up right back in the same place at the same time of year. And
we got some new things to show off, so everybody shows back up again.
And as a small encampment, you could do that as a type of community as well, depending on what your service was. You would have to provide some sort of service and go from place to place. But I mean, I'm also kind of on the you want to try and stay in one place and set up a new encampment, a permanent homestead is the better option.
And like I was saying, it's easier to defend a given area if you're already pre-established. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Look, tents. Well, I know I'm speaking from the American point of view because everyone in America just about owns a firearm. Tents do not make very good ballistic protection.
No.
But an earthen and log wall, or concrete blocks and bricks make it a little bit more of a defensible position. But like I said, that's just one aspect. But I'm just saying, I would rather just go the settlement route. I mean, obviously things can turn tits up, and even in a settlement, because we're talking about resources running out. One of the big issues that we had in America back during the Great Depression was the Dust Bowl, and that was when the farmers were tilling up way too much of the soil, and we're doing crop rotation. We didn't know anything about crop rotation, and like I said, we were overtilling the lands. We were exhausting the soil. We were depleting all the nutrients from it, and like I said, that created I'm thinking the Dust Bowl. I think that lasted from 1931 to like 1936 or something like that.
Yeah, it was like a 5-year mess.
And like I said, that was in response to the economic Great Depression itself. A lot of the farmers were overgrazing and, like I said, overtilling the land to make up for the lost income. And like I said, as a result, that was one aspect. And I could see the issue from a settlement is, like I said, people not being good stewards of the land, and like I said, they end up depleting the nutrients from soil. It might not necessarily be, oh no, now we got a dust bowl, but I'm just saying, they deplete the nutrients from the soil.
Yeah, then
that's probably one of the few issues I could think of.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Sorry, get over here. Sorry, I'm dealing with a cat right now, a brand new kitten.
I was going to say, that didn't look like an older cat you were playing with there before. It looked like a...
Yeah, no, this is one that I adopted yesterday at like 4 a.m.
Oh, jeez.
Were you drunk when you did it?
No, he was driving at a location.
Yeah, I was making a delivery, and I came back, and I ended up coming back and with an additional passenger.
Right.
What did your other cat think of that when you brought it in the truck?
He's the other one is pissed right now. He's moody. He'll get over it eventually. Yeah, this one's acting all mean and everything. I think he smartened up. He realizes he shouldn't be biting the hand that's literally trying to feed him.
Yeah, they'll test you forever.
Just like any human child.
That's right.
Test the parent.
I suppose when you were talking about tents not making very good ballistic sort of hideaways, that's definitely true. But a lot of communities back in the day, they would have like an area.
Wood walls don't either.
Yeah, but there would be an area, a central location where people could get to if they're under attack. It kind of goes back to them. Obviously, in the UK, we had the sort of everybody would retreat behind the castle walls, and then there would be another wall after that, and there would be layers of walls of
Mordor.
if they were being sort of invaded. But I remember seeing as well. It's funny enough. I was in the States a couple of years ago. I'm a massive fan of Billy the Kid. I think I've said that before on this show. And I did the whole tour. I did the whole. I went to the exact town where he was in Lincoln County and things like that in New Mexico. And the interesting thing is, apart from the fact that town hasn't changed at all since his day, the buildings and stuff are all still there. They had this building right in the middle. I don't know if you guys have ever been to it. It's a small building. It's a tiny little sort of mound almost, and it's made of stone. And it's round and it has holes in it and it has stairs inside it, like spiral staircase and ladders and things. And that was a defensive point where people in that town would congregate and go in there and fend off against, natives and stuff attacking them and all kind of. And this predates sort of Billy the Kid. This is like way back in the sort of days where that town was first founded, and it was still used all the way back up to those points. And incredibly, it still exists in this town today. Although I think it was sort of fixed up a little bit. And again, it was like you were saying, it was because the town realised that our log cabins aren't exactly very good defensive structures, but what we can do is have this one point where the men can congregate and sort of fend off,
I was gonna say back in 1800s, during the great movement out west, pioneers and all that over here in the States, there was a lot of military forts set up, and a lot of it was to actually deal with warring native tribes. I think the last major Native American war, I think it was like an Apache war that happened back in 1917. So like right around World War One, they had Apaches fighting the U.S. Army in like parts of like New Mexico and I think Texas.
Yeah, was Geronimo? Was he Apache? I'm not sure. He was one of them.
I'm not sure.
That was further north.
Was it? I mean, do you remember? You guys remember watching those westerns where you see the wagon trains? You're going in a circle.
Yeah, circle the wagon.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they were like a defensive line, and all the kids and the women were in the middle. And they would go around and
keep the arrows and things from getting them.
It's basically goes back to your concept, what happened over there in Europe, and like I said, your feudal societies over there in England. Everybody, if the barbarians were coming in to do raids or whatever, everybody would rally up at the castle.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the defensive points. I mean, having a defensive point in your encampment is definitely something to consider, especially if you. I mean, you've got to wonder why you found yourself in an encampment in the first place. If you're just a hippie and you want to live free and off the land and stuff, then I can kind of see the point of that just being an open door, people come and go and all this kind of stuff. But if you're forced into a situation when you're in an encampment because of conflict of some description, then it would be a good idea to think about defenses from a militaristic point of view. So have these points around the perimeter and guards and things like that, or one central location.
Yeah,
castles and things in the medieval times in Europe. Obviously, that was a thing for millennia in Europe for a very long time. Obviously, the world changed once aircraft and stuff became a thing in artillery, but those things became irrelevant. You could blow a castle up with a single plane now. But yeah, I mean, they worked for a long time, and they would work again, and forts and things like that. Forts were self-contained little cities, little towns.
Yep.
That they had a defensive nature. But the one thing that you do have to remember when it comes to talking about forts and fortifying yourself into encampments is one common tactic, even back in sort of medieval Europe, was to simply just pitch camp outside the castle and wait it out.
Yep.
Starve the people out, stop their logistics getting in. They can't grow nothing in there. This is kind of the thing where I was talking about cities earlier on. Cities aren't self-sustaining, and neither are castles. They need an outside influence to resupply them.
And this is where I was going to say static defenses. Like when I'm saying static defenses, I'm not necessarily talking about walls that are capable of stopping ballistic incoming fire, small arms fire, anything like that. I'm just talking about something simple as a wire fence. A wire fence, maybe some concertina wire, stuff to slow the enemy down, and just build your defenses up in like concentric circles. This is where everybody rallies up and shelters if things get really, really bad. This fencing, this outer perimeter fencing, is what we use to secure our fields and our pastures with, so our livestock can safely graze without threat of predatory animals taking our livestock, or poachers coming in, rustlers coming in and taking our livestock. That's I don't know, that's my thoughts on the that, with maybe like a system of digging like defensive ditches and trenches.
I think it's a good idea to have a perimeter anyway. And it doesn't even have to be a very well maintained perimeter, because I think that human beings have got this natural instinct to either notice or at least respect perimeters. For example,
Yep.
say you have a front garden, that has a sort of a shortcut to a path. If you've got no fence whatsoever, there's just a front lawn, people will walk right across it. But see, the second you just put a tiny little fence there, just a tiny little fence that you could step on,
Decorative fence,
people will walk around it because they appreciate they're intruding on a boundary that is not theirs. They know this instinctively. And it's even the case
Hey,
that
Mike. Good to see you.
Hi, Mike. You've seen it with you imagine these sort of like large territorial areas and like native communities where one forest is basically bordering another forest's sort of territory, and the only thing that marks the point is like a stick in the ground with some feathers on it, or something that indicates from this point on you're in our territory. Don't cross it.
Yeah. It's like no different with the gangs, the different city gangs that compete with one another. They're tagging buildings and they put their graffiti. The graffiti's a sign between the different gangs. Hey, this is our part of the city.
Yeah, definitely.
What did I miss? What was the last point, Shadow?
Yeah.
How's it going,
Good
Mike?
to see you again, Mike.
Good to see you all. What was the last point we were talking about? So
We're talking about perimeter fences and long-term encampments, the benefit of those, and like security towers and things like that. Kind of on the security side of the topic just now.
Oh, hey, Mike.
Hi, how you doing? Yeah, we could learn a lot from occupied Japanese islands and Vietnamese when it comes to traps and border security. Just throwing that out there.
Oh, yeah.
So.
I'll be right back.
Do you mean the sort of like the Vietnamese sort of dodgy traps that you step on and nasty things happen and all that?
Yeah, of course. With
punji sticks, that's what they were called, wasn't it?
But with a UK-friendly Nerf version and foam spikes instead, of course, to keep it PC. But I've thought this through in my head because obviously I want to go off grid. That's the whole plan, to get an off grid kind of thing. And it's kind of, do you put up a big intrusive 8-foot Harris fence with spikes on the top and make it look like there's something they want to be in there for? Or do you just have a visual perimeter? Are you just able to see it and secure it that way?
But sometimes just the signs enough.
A little tiny fence around your garden, people respect it and walk around it. You have a middle-sized fence around it, they're like, okay, well, yeah, he's probably just trying to keep something from getting out. But you put up a big fence with barbed wire on top of that, people are gonna be like, there's something in there. I want to know what it is.
Yeah, and it's kind of I like the idea when I get my land of a natural border. So where I'm going to be picking my berries from are the bushes that will be growing around all my perimeter, and that'll be 6 foot high and 4 foot wide of brambles.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't look like I'm defending anything, but I'd love to see you crawl through there.
The natural defences. It kind of reminds me, I'm sure there was a study done about people who put up signs that just said, looters will be shot. Whether the person in there had the means to do that or not, having the sign was enough to deter a lot of people.
We had a sign like that when we had our shop in Wales.
Yeah.
It was, what was it? Thieves will be shot, survivors will be shot again.
We shot again. Yep. I have that sign on my daughter's door. She bought it. It says, trespassers will be shot. Survivors will be shot. I want one for my property that says, you're no longer trespassing, you're a target.
See, in batshit crazy bonkers Britain, you can put that sign up on your house and in your shop, no problem. But if you post it on social media, take me away, officer.
Bye.
I think another earlier on we were talking about thinking about camp place, where the best place to have your camp was.
Yes, Bob.
And this kind of runs into security as well, because if you're going to be in one place for a prolonged period of time, but there's some sort of external threat, then why not also pick a place that has good natural defenses? I mean, the idea that you're on one side of the river and you can kind of have your back a little bit to it because it's difficult to cross, for example, or there's a cliff at one end. You don't really need to put a lot of resources into the cliff defending that. You can move all your energy towards the front of your camp. It's kind of the principle of always have your back to the wall when you're on a bus type sort of thinking.
Yeah.
You've got to weigh that up with your own personal risk assessment as well, because
how do you bug out?
make your exactly. How do you get out? If entrance A is a no-go, you need an option B.
Yeah.
Because top of the hill is obviously one of the things. Having the high ground has been a military thing since day dot. All right, which is great because they're coming uphill, they're struggling. You're shooting downhill, you've got more range, you've got more velocity and stuff like that. But if you're stuck, how do you get out? That's the question you've got to always ask yourself. You've always got to have a backup plan.
See, I agree with Mike on that. Sorry, Alan.
No, I was just saying the sort of having the idea of the escape route, but I think I would probably still always opt for the try and give myself the best natural opportunity to be defended.
Yeah, I will, but also an Apache helicopter on standby would be nice to get out of Dodge.
Just
right?
also, just hope it's not the SES you're fighting, because they would just climb right up the cliff because they know you wouldn't be expecting it. That's an old World War II movie if anybody's ever seen that.
That's it. Yeah.
That's a true story as well. The SES, they went up the sheer cliff that was impassable and kicked ass.
As they do. But no, I see myself agreeing with Mike, because me and the missus were discussing it, because we've got no exit to the rear. We've got a back garden, but we back onto another load of terrace. So it's back garden to back garden. So for us, we've only got a one-way ticket, which is the front door. So for us, it's not so much putting a defense in place if something like that was to happen, because if we haven't moved by then, we've only got one point of entry, one point of exit.
I would say watch and know your neighbours very carefully. If it's an SHTF situation and all you've got is other houses out the back, you need to know who's bugged out, who's likely keeled over in the bathroom permanently asleep, and whose house you could barge through if you need to get out that way.
Don't get me wrong, I've got a great observation point from the window upstairs, because luckily all the back is just wooden fences about 6 foot. But yeah, no, it's that's what we've been discussing, is if that does go south, are they going to try and jump their fence and come into our back garden to think maybe we bugged out first? Or something like that,
It's the thing. It's risk assessment constantly, isn't it? Nelly on the Land said deer fences in the USA and Canada are respected, but they can be cut through. Same with wire fences over here, I assume.
Yeah, I think that goes back to the thing though. If you're the kind of person who's deliberately breaking themselves through a fence, you're doing something that's a hostile act. Even in sort of peacetime, you're vandalizing your way through a fence into a place you're not supposed to be. Whereas if there was no fence there at all, you could always just plead ignorance. You could always say, I'd see no fence, mate. I'll just walk wherever I want. But if there is a boundary there, well, then they know they're in the wrong.
Yeah.
Well done. You got past my fence. You've earned a place in my crosshair.
And if you so happen to avoid my crosshair, you'll have an appointment in my back garden.
I tell you what, a lot of the deer don't respect the deer fences where I'm from. They just plow right through them.
Well, yeah, it's like I say, it's a lot of it's psychological, and we've obviously got to be careful what we put up in the UK. There's limits to everything. We used to have razor wire. You can't have that now. You can't have barbed wire under a certain footage. And then if you are over that 6.5, 7 foot, what it is, and then put barbed wire on, like Chef says, are you then putting up a big flag saying, nice safe place here if you can get in?
Yeah, you could put up decoy signs and stuff as well. I mean, kind of a bit like the lures thing, but you can also put things like contaminated ground, or do not enter, radiation
dead inside
problems. There's lots of cheap things you can do to sort of
the biohazard or something.
yeah.
Somebody seriously said in one of my chats on a live stream, and I can't remember who it is, so if you are here, I'm sorry, their serious plan, as soon as it happens, was to defecate all over their own front door.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure a smell will drive
Wasn't me,
anyone
but that's
away.
a good idea.
Well, do you know? I tell you what, we were talking about punji sticks earlier in Vietnam. They used to
Yeah.
defecate on them because it causes infection.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, it's kind of the poison arrow type principle. The arrow
That's-
itself is
That's
small.
not deterrent, though. That's malicious.
Yeah, it's just disgusting, is what that is. Yeah, I don't think I would be doing it at my own front door, but
Yeah,
you know.
Bob said cannibal inside. I would change that from a warning sign to a welcome sign. Cannibals inside, come in for lunch.
Welcome, we're hungry.
What's for dinner? You.
All food sources welcome.
Again, it's sort of talking about sort of medieval periods and things. They used to have like heads on sticks or pirates, you know, hung that with signs above them saying this is how we treat pirates or witches or whatever it is. You know,
I like that. I like
Yeah.
that.
What sailors
Digs
used to do,
outdoors.
fishermen up north in Maine and that, they would literally hang a dead seagull from, that's illegal now. They would hang a dead seagull from the mast so the other seagulls wouldn't come in. They'd see a dead seagull and try to steal the fish that they were bringing on the boat in nets. I don't know if you could do the
Nice.
same thing with people, maybe. I don't know.
Well, we've jumped straight to heads on pikes, haven't we? That's what's happened.
Yeah.
well, Bob was talking about eating people earlier, so you know we already stooped to that point.
Well, you weren't there for that one conversation between Bob, Shep, and I. We're talking about the definition of trust. You want to go ahead and fill them in there, Shep?
Yeah. Oh my God! Really? I don't think I want to do this on Sharon's show.
Use a
Do
good one.
it.
Just take a page out of Home Alone.
Definition of trust is two male cannibals in a 69 position.
And by the way, they haven't eaten before they're doing this either.
I ain't dying on this hill.
Use a good one. We'll take a page out of the Home Alone book. We'll electrify the front door handle.
Yeah, listen, if your home defense
yeah.
is based around Home Alone, then good luck in SHTF. Only if the intruders are as dumb as them two criminals will you get away with it.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Your survival's gone from probably 90% if you prepped properly down to your last 10 minutes.
Yeah, and don't put a red hot iron on a metal door handle attached to a wooden door. Because things will burn.
Was that a wooden door? I never noticed that detail before.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Wooden door, yeah.
Or why not? Don't move. You're entering a minefield.
I
Yeah,
say that
that-
once
that's
a month,
another
funny
good one.
enough.
Yeah.
I was at the Imperial War Museum today, and I was explaining the Bouncing Betty style bombs to the kids, and
Oh, yeah.
how they're designed and how they work, and
Oh
the intent
yeah.
behind them, and they were both interested and horrified at the same time. But
Yeah. Very cool device.
yeah, very malicious device.
Oh,
Reloading capabilities makes me think of finger food. New meanings. Oh wow.
no.
Pet alligators love new visitors. Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, yeah, dogs are an awesome security thing. I haven't got the ability to have one at the moment, but I would definitely, once we have the land, have two great big Alsatians. They'll be friendly to friendly people.
You gotta give them
Yeah.
good name. Strong name.
I thought about that whole decoy minefield thing. You know, people talk, putting up putting up signage saying that this is a minefield. If you want to make it seem realistic, because there might be that one guy that's out there with the metal detector actually trying to see, is this actually a minefield, or are they bullshitting me? Just bury some old brake drums and brake discs in the ground. That'll kind of help, give the illusion it's a minefield.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Yeah, that and a few selectly dug holes with the dirt scattered around. Looks like one went off, and like some an old animal skeleton scattered nearby.
Yeah, some extra realism to it.
Or just some mines. Just throw the odd real mine out there. Should be all right.
And if you're a prepper who happens to do airsoft, get some actual BB mines. There you go. Let them go off. There's some scarper.
So there's something with that. The BB mines don't really do much. They're like it's like an arm throwing BBs at you. But the percussion cap ones and the flashbang ones that you can buy. So it's something you can still buy in this country for airsoft as long as you're over 18, etc. You can get flashbang, smoke grenades, stuff like that. Tripwires with them on.
I think you still need your
brilliant.
cars for that, Mike.
No, you don't.
No? Oh, happy days.
No. Enola Gay website, I think it's called.
Oh, sweet.
Let me.
Yeah.
So your license is not for explosives and stuff like that. It's the same as going to the shop and buying fireworks, right? So you can buy fireworks as long as you're over a certain age. The license is a RIF license for a replica imitation firearm.
Yeah.
And it's because it's so you use it responsibly, so you don't run around with something that looks like a real shotgun in the middle of a town centre and get taken out by the armed police because you don't know how to handle a BB gun. What's it called? It's not an all.
Which actually happened in London back last week, I believe. I'll find the clip and I'll post it in a sec. Not clip, sorry, the article. There was a guy in full airsoft equipment carrying a RIF and armed police were called.
Sorry, it's a long link, but I've put a link in the chat. If you can see it or not, I'm not sure. But yeah, it's having tripwires with things like coloured smoke on, with flashbangs on, stuff like that. Things like a flashbang, or you can get a trigger mechanism on Amazon that fires like a stubby version of a shotgun shell, and it's purely for the loud bang. It's just a blank firer. That has two things. The initial bang, if you're using something like that, could instantly scare them off. They think they're under fire, something like that. And the coloured smoke gives you plenty of warning without drawing more attention with the noise. So
I was going to say I don't know what the restrictions are in the UK, but over here in the US they sell those little trip flare things you can buy where you put a 12 gauge shotgun shell on it. But I've got a flare gun and I've got these bear banger rounds. Like all they do is they create a flash of red light and loud percussive noise, because it's essentially a 12 gauge shell, but it's meant for one of those flare gun launchers. But they make these little tripwire things that you can attach to trees, fence posts, and stuff like that. I don't know what the limitations are over there in UK if they've got anything like that, but people can feasibly affix a live shotgun shell to them. I don't know how effective a live shotgun shell would be because you basically need some kind of a tube to direct the energy and the pressure. But I'm just saying for like the blanks.
They threw the shotgun shell in one of those perimeter alarm things, and they said, "Let's see what happens." Paper targets all around it because, like in a shotgun, you're shooting pellets straight ahead down the barrel, but in that kind of device, the end of it's wide open, so it's just a splatter. So it does just go everywhere, and there's not enough velocity to it to really do significant damage because there's also, you might get whacked by like one pellet, and it probably just bounce off your clothing because there's no velocity left to it.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. No way to direct the energy.
It's like
for anyone
to a firecracker.
For anyone watching the UK, flare guns, you need a firearms license for an actual flare gun in the UK. You can get a sort of signal flare if you're sailing, if you're on a boat and stuff like that. It almost looks like a thin tube 8-shot firework kind of thing, and it has these little loading flares in. That's the closest thing you can get in this country. When we talk about the big flare guns that could technically do damage and stuff like that or be seen from miles away, there's firearms license that are involved with that.
Do you think can you buy shimulis in the UK? That's not something I've ever looked. No, the flare on the parachute.
I'm not sure because that's about the come down, isn't it? It's the launch mechanism that is the problem in the UK, I think. So I'm not sure. Yes, you can. Seagull Solus approved parachute rocket flare, £30.
Very quick, just for the chat, the link that's just been posted. Okay, for some reason that didn't go through. Yeah, it did.
I can see it.
That there is the article about the cosplayer that got took down for carrying a rip and looking like armed response personnel. So that's just in reference to what I was on about earlier.
Yeah.
You're always going to get some airsoft idiot that thinks he could just walk home with all his gear on. You know, I've
But that's
seen
the
that a
funny
few
thing,
times.
right?
I'm
I will
here.
talk.
I'm here.
I'm here as
one
well.
of my
'cause-
one of my first airsoft events. I didn't have a car. I only had a motorbike. I had an L96 sniper rifle. And I
Nice.
thought a bin bag will be enough. Cover that up, strap it to my back, drive there. No problems on the way there. At the end of the day, somebody had obviously saw this bin bag and thought it was for rubbish, and it disappeared. So I went on a motorbike 12 miles back to my home with a rifle strapped to my back.
Yeah, that's going to attract some attention.
Luckily, nothing came of it. But
should have just stopped at the hardware store and bought a broom head for it and just put a rake head. Just end of it, they think you just got a broom or a rake on the back of your bike.
we're talking about seven.
We're talking about the UK. A broom in the back is probably illegal.
We're also talking about England on a Sunday. Everything from 4 p.m. is closed. So at 7 o'clock, you cannot go to a hardware store, a supermarket, anything. Everything's closed apart from a 24-hour garage in the UK on a Sunday. In England, sorry. Scotland's not as bad, actually. They stay open later.
The thing is, perimeter security is quite a good idea when it comes to encampments as well. You don't have to just go down all of the stuff we've just talked about. You can use fireworks for a lot of that stuff, but you can have noisy things as well, just setting up like alarms. You know, like, you get those little rape alarms that you just pull it out and it makes a screaming noise. Yeah. I mean, you tie them to a tree and a rope. I mean, by the time the person who trips it finds what the hell it is, well, they've alerted you to their presence at least. The problem is you're going to have every deer sort of setting these off all the time as well.
There's a lot. I mean, it's stuff like this I would recommend if you were on the move, setting up a camp, set up some perimeter defenses, bring them back down again, on the move again.
Yeah.
Permanent needs to be something a bit more structured, I think. I would recommend everyone has forms of fishing wire and bank line inside their prepping gear, inside their supplies, for anything like this and other multiple purposes.
Number 12 and number 36 bank line is my recommendation.
There you go, number 12, that's what I've got.
Stop using paracord. It's a waste of time.
What's the other one I've got?
It is. I agree with. I agree with Alan there.
Hey, Bob.
Hey, Bob.
Hi, Bob.
Yeah,
Hey,
the only plan I have, heard this a million times, dress up like a Japanese geisha, piss in a circle, scream like a bitch, and roll around in my own piss. And that's the only self-defense plan I have.
But some people might be into that, Bob.
Yeah, you got to be careful then.
Never know.
A cheap option for people in the same sort of thing is, I found this very good compared to fishing line. It's strimmer line. So do you know what you put in a lawnmower strimmer? It's, It's clear. The best thing about it, it's also got like an almost, you can't see it on camera, but it's almost got like a matte finish. So at night, clear with a matte finish is practically invisible when it comes to tripwires. It's sturdy enough to pull a pill.
The problem over here is, like, I haven't seen any that are clear. The ones that we get are like green, yellow, or bright orange or red.
Yeah. I'm sure this was literally a pound shop job, to be fair.
Less likely to rot away as well. So it's not going to disintegrate in the rain or sag in the rain. That's the other thing if you use cordage. I mean, the good bank line's good because the good stuff is tarred, so it's kind of wet. It's kind of rot resistant. It's got a tar smell to it as well. But if you use like nylon cord or something, then it'll sag.
Yeah.
Like we're all showing our cord supplies here.
This is Kevlar.
Oh,
Kevlar.
nice.
Oh, yeah.
You will not break this.
I would like to put my hands on some Kevlar thread.
They have it on Amazon. I don't know where else you could get it, but I can't break this with my fingers. It'll cut my fingers off. And even using a pair of scissors, it's like click, you know. Kevlar, guys, in the same color as soil and rocks and all that. Yep. There you go. That's what I use.
Nice earthy tone.
Yeah, definitely.
Yep.
9km DW Life 100% Kevlar braided line, multi-purpose braided cord. That's cool because that this one I've just found. I'll put it on the. I'll put the link in the chat for anyone. But it's actually like cordage, so it's braided, so it's thicker, but you can unthread it to make a thinner cord as well.
There you go.
Cool.
I was thinking about like some of that crafting wire.
Crafting wire, yeah.
From 1987.
Garden
Like
tie
when my-
wire and things like
You're
that.
all listening to me slice apples here. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I'm gonna be firing up my generator again because I'm gonna use it to power my chop saw. Again, I got to get that thing. I gotta start using that generator more because it just sits and I forget about it, and then like I said, it gets all gummed up. I'm gonna go ahead and fire that up to use it as an excuse to power up my chop saw so I can cut up some more firewood.
There you go.
Yeah, like I said, I had a bunch of tree limbs that fell down. All I was able to do is take the electric chainsaw out and cut it up so that way I could at least move the tree limbs around because they were just so big and heavy.
Yeah.
The stuff from your place.
Say again?
Was that from your place or your parents' place from the hurricane? Or
No, this is my place. No, my parents' place. They don't have they literally have exactly 3 trees on their property, and they're not very big.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is what I'm doing at my shop currently. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all wood from my backyard and various places. But I already waxed it because I used to keep it out in my garden shed. So that's why I waxed it to keep it dry. But now I'm taking that all out and I'm splitting it into very thin pieces and then wax it again for cooking, just in case. But yeah, I'm one of those preppers who gets busy. I get my hands busy and I do things. I stay busy, you know. I don't just talk about it. I freaking do things, you know, just like Chef over
Don't
there.
talk about it, you be about it.
That's what I'm doing. I'm slicing up apples for the freeze dryer right now.
See, I'm glad Bob said it that way because I've always said there has always been like 2 thought types in a sense to prepping, which is the theoretical prepper and then the practical prepper.
Yeah.
Yeah, you mean the couch preppers?
Yeah.
I was going to say you get. There's plenty of sofa survivalists. You know that.
I like that sofa survivalist. I love it.
They'll tell you the best traps
This is
in
like
the
a
world.
YouTube channel in the making right there.
There it is.
Don't be surprised if you see a freaking YouTube channel name come up. You know, I think it'd be awesome if somebody actually did create a freaking YouTube channel with that name, and they weren't actually just sitting there talking about it, they're actually being about it.
Yeah, no. So here's the sales pitch. Sofa survivalist. He is actually a survivalist. Goes out to forest stuff like that, but he takes he has a pickup and he takes a little sofa with him. So every campsite, he's got an actual sofa with him.
that is okay. There you go. There we go.
So
that's a good brand right there.
You know, hey, it's copyrighted, but I'm happy for any of you guys to buy that off me if you want.
Yeah, he brings his wife and kids out in the woods, and he sits there and drinking beer while
What do you take? Do you take Venmo or Cash App for that?
We don't have either in the UK.
You can pay me just in beer. I accept these as well.
We can soon. We can only accept brick card credits. That's what.
Oh God!
Once the
I love that idea. That is an awesome idea. Yeah, freaking sofa survivalist, and he just takes he does all of his shoots from the sofa.
Off topic, I said I went to the Imperial War Museum today. There's nothing that makes you feel older than when you see something in a museum and you realise you have exactly the same one at home.
Yeah, but you're still work.
Nothing wrong with those types of lighters, Mike.
The kid's saying, "Isn't that yours, Dad?" I'm like, "No, I'm not that old, son. Honestly."
Here's just a fast, easy tip to you guys. Okay, you see all those sticks up there? Those are sticks that I pick up while I'm walking around town. I cut them into pieces, drill a hole in the middle of it, and run a wire through them. Those have been hanging up there for months now, and now they're ready to be processed into cooking firewood right there. See how some of the wires are empty? They're
Yeah.
going right in there with my cooking firewood. Easy to do, guys. Very, very easy. Don't get caught without some way to be able to cook. I have more than one way to cook.
Is it only me that thinks it looks like the Blair Witch was in charge of the prom decorations?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
It looks like it, but you know what? It works. Those little twigs up there, they're dry as a bone. You know,
Yeah.
they light up really fast. Yeah.
Do you pack them down afterwards, Bob, or do they stay there till they're used?
Let's see. I'll turn my camera around again. Okay, you see those red bends right there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those go in there.
Right.
And I mix up some of the waxed firewood with the dry firewood. And yeah, they just get dropped into a bin to keep it covered. So if anything happens, we get a roof hole in the roof or something. All that stuff stays nice and dry. You know.
Yeah. That's cool.
This is how I do the paraffin wax. I'm right there. All those little sticks go in the paraffin wax, and just keep, let them soak in there until they stop floating. As soon as they stop floating, dig them out of there and throw them in the bin.
Nice.
You can never have too much firewood. If you think you have enough, get 10 times more because it goes fast.
Oh yeah.
Anyway.
Good point.
Yep. All right. Chef.
What?
Chef. Can you develop a system so I can freeze so I can freeze dry my corpses? Even when ones that are covered in fat.
Would you
Is there anything you can do?
Just gotta cut up into small lean pieces and put them in the freezer dryer. You're good. Pre-cook them. It's easier to rehydrate.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Well, he wants to have that syphilis taste. Okay.
I love.
Pre-cooking, you'll have that grilled syphilis flavor to it. So
You call it STDs, he calls it seasoning.
Hey, CR, glad you're here. Hey, CR.
Oh, he showed up so that way he could get fired by you.
Hey, Spear, good to see you.
That's what he's here for. If he says anything about getting fired up, man, that is big time strike one. Yeah. Keep your eyes on those Canadians. I tell you guys, keep your eyes on them. Now, yeah, for me, there's you'll see prepper videos come up in my feed, and I'll go to their channel, and if it's all of them sitting in their car or standing there talking, doing nothing, you're not going to get my sub. Do you understand? Like Mike right there. He went out, took a tent and set it up, and showed, guys who perform what they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
That's what interests me. Like chef's right there, he's cooking.
Yeah, there's a happy medium between the two because I mean, as much as I'd like to, I can't get out every night, every weekend, stuff like that. So
I get that.
I might talk about it for a couple of weeks, but then I'll put it into practice.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's a lot of things that I don't film. Like I suppose I could film me out there with a chop saw and running my generator and cutting up the tree limbs, but I don't think a lot of people want to tune in to watching a mundane task of me cutting firewood.
You say that, but Scottish Prepper 73, who's a friend of ours from the fireside, his highest grossing video is him with a grinder plugged into a power bank cutting up an old hot tub, and it's his highest grossing video.
Really? I'll be damned.
People like to see you cut shit up. It's as simple as that.
It's interesting you say that because, I mean, I probably have a couple thousand hours of me. It's basically the top of my head on my tractor running around my fields, pushing trees over. I don't talk, and I haven't put any of it online yet. But I was in there. I was just going through some of them. I actually caught myself watching myself for an hour and a half pushing trees over.
Yeah,
got it. I've got it. Listen, title it and thumbnail it as Farming Simulator in Real Life. It's going to be
Farming Simulator IRL.
Yep,
Yeah.
there we go.
The best thumbnail in the world is a woman with tight blue jeans and her back is to you with no top, no bra. You will get 10 billion.
No. So I thought this, and Miss
Uh-huh.
Worm forced me to put two beautiful ladies in 1940s nurses outfits on my medical video. I left it on there for 24 hours. As soon as I turned it off and put a normal attention-grabbing thumbnail on there, the views went. Zoop. So I think
Really?
too many wives are over the men's shoulders, and they think I best not click on that.
I think back in the
True.
day when YouTube first came out, if you saw a thumbnail of like, you know, some half naked woman, everybody just clicked on, it, never read the title. Now you search for you know, prepping, and you see a thumbnail of some half naked woman holding an axe. Yeah, most of us aren't even clicking on it anymore. We know it's clickbait,
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not.
so we move on.
Yeah, we've trained ourselves off that. We've become
Yep.
desensitized to the half-naked women. What a terrible society it is.
There's something not right
I
about
don't
that.
click on it. I don't click on it unless it's a fat bloke in the woods.
Yeah. Some fat dude bent over with his axe on a chopping block with firewood everywhere and half his butt crack is showing. It's like, all right, that's me.
Do you know what gets clicks? The word "fail" anywhere.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I failed at failing.
so people who make videos and they think, oh well, that went wrong, so I'm not going to upload it. That's the mistake. Upload it. Show the fail. Show that you've learnt from the mistake. But upload your fails as well because they do well.
Good.
Not that any of you ever fail. I'm sure it's just me that fails. But
Well,
you know.
if we do, we just
No,
don't
you
tell
don't
anybody
do.
about
Oh
it.
no, I'm perfect.
No, I purchased two water distilleries. The first one had the gauges and all that. Looked real. It's copper. Fail. It was a fail. I tried modifying it, tried to get it to work, and I put out a video. So and so, fail. And I got another one.
that video. I
Yeah.
remember that well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got another one.
And then you turn it into a planter.
Yeah, I did. It's out in the back. I planted clover in the damn thing.
But did the fail get more views?
But I don't know. I really don't pay
You
much
gotta
attention
go
to
look.
it.
He has to pay
Maybe.
attention to his own videos.
Yeah, I gotta. Yeah, I mean, I can give you an answer in a minute here, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not even gonna look it up. It's not worth it.
I got a bit of interesting news if you guys fancy hearing it. It's all open source anyway, so it's not exactly going to get
Sure.
Shadow in trouble. We just
ahead.
had. Let me double check. 'Cause I just sent it to Alan. Funny enough, I went on mute because we had a bit
Alan's
of a
like,
rumble
"What?
go
You did?"
overhead.
Did you?
I did.
Gotta look.
Check my
A
phone.
Lockheed C5 Super Galaxy just went over the top of our house.
Cool.
Nice.
So USA just went over the top of us.
Shocker.
All
We're
of it.
heading over to, we're heading over.
All
to
of
the Middle East.
USA.
Always
no.
us.
That's
But
a
he came
massive
over
airplane.
around about 5,000-6,000 feet ish, according to flight radar.
Holy hell. They
That's
can fit an
big-
Apache helicopter inside them to be transported.
Yeah,
you can fit a
They
couple
can
of them
put
in
like
there, but yeah.
6 helicopters inside of a
Yeah.
C5.
There's
Wow.
another one that's
It's
airborne right now,
big.
tailing it.
Yeah. They're getting old, but they're bigger than the C-17. You can put an M1 Abrams tank, maybe 2 or 3 of them inside of a C5.
Oh yeah.
So, found my bug out vehicle. Who's chipping in?
My God's going on the market.
Forget the vehicle. You're going to spend about 100 years getting enough fuel to take off and
I was
land.
going to say, what's the miles per gallon like?
Gallons per
Gonna
mile.
run veg oil.
Yeah, after I got out of
Probably
active
more than you would prefer.
After
Oh,
I got
yeah.
out of active duty, I worked on fighter planes in active duty, and I went into the air reserves for about 6 months, and I worked on some of the cargos. And those things, you can't really judge how big they are until you stand inside of one of them. They're massive, man, and especially the C5. That's about twice the size of a C-17.
Like 3 stories tall inside, and
Yeah, up in the
Yep.
up in the top is where they have passenger seats and everything.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah, I was gonna say even the smaller C-130 Hercules. That's a decent sized aircraft.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
Here you go, Shadow.
Oh,
No, I can't hear any echo.
No, I've shared something if you want to put it on.
there you
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
the
whole
nose lifts up
opens
on a
up.
C5.
Woof, the thing's
Yeah,
a
that's
beast.
the C5.
That's absolutely insane.
Well,
Mhm.
I can safely say from sheer experience now, it was around about 6,000 feet, and we felt it through the house. That's
Oh, I
why I
believe
went
it.
on mute. I wondered what the hell it was. Took the headset off, and yeah, that was quite loud.
You could literally take the
Mhm.
wings off a 747 and slide it in there.
Oh,
Ben,
easily, yeah.
Ben thought the nukes had launched. The irony while you're mid prepper conversation.
Oh, if that had
Yeah.
actually happened, I would just say, go get the kids from their rooms, bring them all in here, get them on the live. Let's all just go out in style. But no, that was quite intriguing. But Bob, you said you worked in the aviation sector. Did you
Yeah.
ever get a chance to work on any F-15s?
No, I worked on F-16s most of my time. Most of my time.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
Those are
The F-16s are the smaller single ruddered fighter aircraft, right?
single engine, single rudder. But what got the F-16 brought into service was that an F-16 uses the same engines as the F-15.
Mm.
So that's why they went, okay, we'll buy that one. They were looking at several other models to buy, but that's what sent them across the sales line. Was like, yeah, we don't need to buy 3 different engines anymore. Buy one.
Yeah, the F-15, they call it the Strike Eagle, and what they call the F-16, the Falcon.
Falcon, yeah. Basically, F-16 is a fighter bomber,
Yeah. Oh, happy days.
But
F-15, or sorry, you said the F-16. No, the F-16 is just strictly fighter, isn't it?
No, it's a bomber.
Oh, it's a bomber too.
Oh yeah, they all are. Yeah.
CR's fired again.
Oh, what would CR say?
Time flies when I listen to Bob.
Fired.
Sorry, CR. Everybody here on the panel's firing you, so.
Hey, so
I haven't said anything. I just laughed.
Bob, you worked on one of these? I'm going to put it on screen if it'll let me. This was where I was at the War Museum today. You'll recognise this one if Shadow can bring that up.
Was it a musket?
Yeah.
Is it a musket?
There we go.
No, that's the Harrier. The Marine Corps has the Harrier.
Yeah.
I think they're still flying some of those, but they're getting pretty old.
Yeah,
from the 70s, that one, yeah.
Mm.
Actually, didn't the Harrier come out in the 60s?
Like that, yeah. They're replacing the Harriers with the F-35 C model. The C model goes to the Marine Corps because the C model can go straight up and down. The Marines have got carriers, but they're small. So that's
those are they're actually they belong to the Navy. Those carriers that he's talking about, those are LHDs.
Mm-hmm.
It's because they're capable
landing craft.
I tell you what, for a British-based Imperial War Museum, there was very few British things in there. There was literally a T-35 outside. So there's a Russian tank outside. You've got a Harrier jump jet as you go through the door. They've got 2 of the structural beams from 9/11 in there. The damaged beams, yeah. So it literally, it's like it's an Imperial War Museum dedicated to everyone but the UK.
That's ironic.
It just shows everyone you went to fight for, not yourself.
Yeah.
No, it's because we've sold everything we owned, even the antiques.
Or they're still in use because that's all they got.
Yeah, that's it. They've reissued muskets to our military.
Yeah.
All right, gents. That's the part of 9/11, the towers. Yeah. So big sign saying "Do not touch," but they couldn't stop me, so I did. So, but yeah, that's humbling. It's cool to see, but it's also very humbling when you see the density of that metal and how warped and destroyed it actually is.
Yeah.
I've actually visited Ground Zero in New York, and it's like it's a museum. You go down an escalator, and they have like an old fire engine, a crushed fire engine and stuff, and an ambulance and all sorts of stuff. And incredible.
I was inside of those buildings in 1981, and it's a shame. What a loss, man.
My parents were
in there at one point. My uncle had he was on the 80th floor, and he was a VP of one of the telecom companies. I forget which one. And he had this. It looked like a marble dish with a marble in it. It was almost flat, but it had circles on it. And I went up to my dad. Took me up to see him once, and I'm just staring at this thing as the marble is slowly rolling around. I'm like, why is that marble moving? He's like, that's how much the building is swaying.
Yeah, with the wind. Yeah.
I was like, wow. And I was like, what happens when it gets to this ring out here? He's like, we fall over. Like, okay, I'm going to leave now. I don't like it up here anymore.
My parents were in the building 2 days before, and they were on the marina front when it happened.
Yep.
Wow.
I could tell lots of stories, but I'm not, because they're kind of personal. Because my whole family...
They had 80 English tourists with them at the time. It's what closed our business. So they had a tour company, and the insurance don't pay out for acts of terror. So we had to fork out for 5-star hotels for an extra week for 80 tourists, new flights, everything like that, and it just crippled us.
Oh,
So-
boy. Yeah.
Could I just cut in very quick? Because the missus brought something to my attention. I think everybody may know the name anyway. So the name is George Galloway, right?
Don't listen to a word he says.
Hang on. No, I think Michael probably like it then.
Pussycat George.
The political firebrand George Galloway has been detained under terrorism act at Gatwick Airport on the way back from Moscow.
Yeah, no surprise whatsoever. He is Captain Controversy. He won't have done anything detrimental. He just gets his bandwagon and hitches it to whatever's going. Oh, everyone's got Palestine flags. I'll hitch it to that. Everyone's against Russia. I'll hitch it to that. He's controversial king. That's all he is.
Yeah, he's a massive bell end, is what he is.
Yes, that's what I was getting to, Alan, but a bit less subtle.
I'll just get straight to the point.
Yeah, chef. In case you don't know what a bell end is, it's a dickhead.
Oh, is that the English version of it?
Yeah.
That was the first time I heard that.
Is that a British word only?
Yeah,
it's a British term only. Over here, we just straight up call you a dickhead.
All right. Okay. Well, there you go. I'm glad I could contribute to the education of my American friends.
Thanks, Alan. I'll probably never use that word again, but it's good to know.
Alan, world's survivalist, multilinguist.
There's also another English slang, a nonce. A nonce.
Yeah.
Bell end.
I've never heard of a nonce. I know what a knobhead is.
Nonce is a pedo.
Yeah. That's a pedophile. Is a nonce.
Oh.
Or a sexual deviant, just generally.
So there's an old like garden gnomes. Do you have them in the States?
Yeah.
So they used to have a garden gnome that said "gone fishing," right? Yeah. And one of the footballers for my football team got caught with a 15-year-old girl. Somebody hung on his mansion gates a big gnome with a sign saying "gone noncing."
Oh, jeez.
Ooh, that's brutal. But you know what? He deserved it.
There was a guy at Boeing. There was rumors about him being a nonce, but I don't believe rumors. But one day, a Renton Police Department walked in there and walked him out of there in handcuffs. He was having a relationship with a 15-year-old girl.
Oh,
and apparently he got put on probation because she said she wanted it. And she did. She wanted to be with this guy. And the parents dropped the charges as long as he would stay away from her. Well, she disappeared. The parents went over to this guy's house, and her car was in the driveway. They went into the house, and she's coming out of the shower. 15-year-old girl, right? Yeah. So that's an arrest warrant. And no shit, man. We're outside having a cigarette, and I look over, and the guys they're walking him out in handcuffs. When Oh my God, it's all true then.
It was.
I
true.
think when they get walked out in handcuffs, they're lucky, because if a father caught them, they'd be castrated. And I don't mean with chemicals, I mean with 2 fucking house bricks, because that's how I'd castrate them.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's it. So back to topic with your area that's set up. You put up a sign that says "Nonces welcome."
Oh no!
So then they come on property and you
No.
just shoot them. Hey, they probably have syphilis, Bob. You'll be good.
I love how you said back on topic and then just completely went boom.
Probably
Way over there.
might be a little too fatty to put in this freeze dryer, but
You got to fix
Okay.
that for me, man. You got to fix that. You know.
Mike,
Shadow's desperately trying to think how to actually get us back on topic right now.
Yeah, that would be a good idea.
Yeah.
okay,
Have
Mike,
you got any more key points to bring up then, Shadow? Talking key points?
Well, we have systemic waste management, cache and storage pits, integrated shelter clusters, and perimeter security and alert systems. But
Cool.
one alert system I like. My friend made one just for the heck of it. He did like a trip line, and but it was fishing line. It was like 100 yards or whatever that is in meters. He had a bag of beer cans or soda cans, whatever, in a tree 100 yards away. So when somebody tripped the line, the noise was way off to one side somewhere, which would alert him where the tripwire went off, but it would also alert whoever tripped it to look that direction. So it was like a look here, not there. What do they call that?
Very smart.
Yeah, you don't want to put the trip right where they're tripping, because they're going to know. Okay, somebody knows I'm here. They're going to scatter to a different area.
Mm-hmm.
So you put your trip alarm, noisemaker, whatever you want, somewhere far away, but you need to know when you hear the cans hit the ground over by the big oak tree that somebody is coming in by the big maple tree.
yeah.
Okay.
This
Yeah,
is the
get it.
benefit if you've got power, right? If you can have some sort of digital trip alarm and you've got that map in front of you going.
Oh yeah,
there-
then they
there
don't
at
know.
B5,
They don't know you know. Yeah, then it's like, oh,
Yeah.
somebody's right there, like cameras and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be cool. Be cool.
I mean,
Or you
technically,
go to the extreme, like Vlad the Impaler. He impaled 100,000 people to scare off, and the Turks turned around and left. Man, we ain't going to go in that.
Yeah,
No,
Mike
we're
talked
going-
about that earlier. He said somehow or other we're
Yeah.
going
did
right
ya?
to Vlad,
Yep.
hanging seagulls.
Great
Yeah,
minds,
I
Bob.
don't know if he
Great minds.
specifically mentioned Vlad, but yeah, he talked about stuff like that. And then that was when Chef brought up the dead seagull.
Yeah, just hang dead bodies
Oh,
everywhere. Nobody will come near you except for maybe the military or the police or
Or
somebody
cannibal.
or cannibal. Oh no, no.
Or gay cannibal.
Bob will be taking the bodies down so he can freeze dry them and eat them.
Yeah, don't cook them before you hang them up there. You look like post-apocalyptic McDonald's.
Free food for me.
Yeah.
Would you like syphilis with that, sir?
I like that.
oh Lord,
Chef, I heard that Chef's shadow.
We keep going back in this direction. Stop.
Shadow's turning red. He's gonna vomit any minute now.
let's
I like it when it's not my live. It's not me that gets in trouble.
Here's a question I'd be interested in. See when it comes to picking a camp location, what do you guys think about the idea of occupying something that already pre-exists or making a new thing? Like, would you overtake like a shopping mall or something? And
Certainly.
say that, you know,
The classic zombie movie.
yeah, or would you build the camp near it? You know, what's the?
neither.
I personally think like things like stately homes and castles and stuff like that, especially here in the UK, have a place like that because 9 times out of 10 they're not occupied by anyone now. They're some sort of tourist attraction, and if it's already hit the fan, nobody's going to work that day for security. So you've got a potential there. The caveat to that you would have to have enough manpower to watch and protect it. I wouldn't do it with just me and my family. There's too much,
Yeah.
there's too much to watch, sort of thing. But with a group, 100%, I'd definitely take over something like that. Not a
With-
mall,
Maybe
though,
not a
because you've got
huge 100-room
glass doors.
mansion, but yeah, a large estate that had some
Mhm.
already existing fencing around it that was the people were perpetually on vacation, so to speak, and there's nobody ever there
Yeah.
except a groundskeeper. Groundskeeper
Yeah.
might be a problem, but hey, he might be good to keep on board.
I mean,
It's one of those things because, funnily enough, I actually have a castle quite close to where I live, and I did often think if it all went to hell, I could just overtake that castle. But then I thought, isn't that kind of just a tomb? You know, am I just putting myself in a stone tomb, or I don't really know who owns that castle. Maybe they're going to want it
You
back.
just got to find
you
the
know?
tunnels that lead out because they all have them.
Yeah, well, so they say, but you would have to look for them.
well, I mean, it's like I say, it would be manpower, right, Alan? You wouldn't want to try and man a castle on your own, but if you had a group of people and stuff like that,
I'd give it a go.
Yeah,
one big door with a big cage on it and stuff. It's got the whole shebang.
No, I want archers across the top. I want tar barrels near the gate. I want.
Welcome to Camelot.
Yeah, I watch a lot
Yeah.
of urban
Camelot.
exploration.
Camelot. It's only a model.
Shut up.
Shut up, Steve.
No, it's not shut up. So
I watch a lot of urban exploration videos from Canada, U.S., everywhere.
Mhm.
And yeah, an abandoned, rundown building, that'd be a good place to take some shelter for a while. Because people do it right now,
Yeah.
And what's
All
even
right.
better, if you can get it, is a small warehouse.
Are we going to be, hey, Bob, are we going to be listening to the Rolling Stones while we're doing this? Because give me some shelter.
Maybe could be, yeah. But the small warehouse, because the ones that they construct now are about 8-inch thick steel reinforced concrete. No windows. They're just a warehouse.
Yeah, random
maybe
doors everywhere for emergency exits, but you can block them
Right.
shut on the inside easily.
You can.
The thing is, you see the thing we run down buildings and things like that. See even those urban explorer videos that you're talking about, because I've seen a few of those. Do you know what always I find interesting about those videos? See when it shows you the nuclear bunkers that have been
the
abandoned.
ones from the 50s and 60s.
Yeah,
kind of thing,
and they say,
Oh, yeah.
okay, this bunker was built for nuclear war, and it's supposed to survive 200 years, and it looks like crap. It's flooded, it's dank, it's full of
but
mold.
You've got to maintain it. You've got to maintain it. It's
But you would think if you could just sort of close the door on it, it would at least survive 20 years. And they seem to depreciate incredibly quickly.
a lot
No,
of
they made
so
them out
most
of quality stuff, and they built them fast because everybody wanted one, and they got regular steel, untreated. The concrete was like barely compressible concrete, whatever they call it, and they just poured it in a hole with forms, and that was it. So it's all porous and stuff, and it just starts to fall apart. Your rebar was not treated when they put it inside the concrete. That starts to rust and heave out the walls. And oh yeah, I mean it was the thing. They still build that way for the most part. They don't
The
build
ones
to make it last 1,000 years. They build to make it last 20, so they can
the
go out of
ones-
business, not worry about the warranty.
Yeah, the ones in the UK, when they were all decommissioned, things were stripped out, and then things are like stuff that controls the humidity. Technically, sort of bilge pumps if it gets any sort of flooding and stuff like that.
Right.
So you take all of that, which is kind of the self-maintenance stuff, and just leave it as a shell. Look at any post-apocalyptic scenario. Eventually, Mother Nature wins and takes over any building.
Always,
Yeah.
always. As soon as the roof goes, no matter what the structure is, it collapses. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got those Titan missile bases here that people buy them for bunkers and stuff. And I watched a couple videos on tours of that. And yeah, when they first get to it, I mean, there's like 5 feet of water in there. They're floating around on a canoe to see what's there. They got to pump it all out, get all the infrastructure, something in there working again to get the water out, then get rid of the mold. And then they can start to sort of build stuff in there. But they rarely ever live down below. They store stuff down there. They always have a house up on top with some kind of a
There was a guy back in 2017 out there in central Missouri. He found one of the old Minuteman missile silo sites that was decommissioned.
Yeah.
And he went through the trouble. Like I said, it was actually the centralized launch station. and he went through all the red tape to go ahead and unearth it, excavate it, and he had to pump out all the water. I mean, it's amazing because, like I said, the place was decommissioned in 1997, and he's digging this up in 2017. And it's like, man, like 20 years, and it's like this thing is flooded and it's in bad shape.
Yeah.
It was kind of cool though.
The amount of money it would take to refurbish something like that.
Right.
Outrageous.
A lot of money.
That's
Far
where you're
more
the
than this
CEO of a
guy's
huge
got.
corporation that took the golden parachute and decide to move somewhere like that, so nobody will bug you.
Yeah. Goes to show some of the really old stuff is somewhat better, because we were talking about castles earlier. There's another castle, a place I like to go camping sometimes. I've got a couple of YouTube videos on it. It's a ruined castle, you know, it's sort of like fell down and stuff, but it still has big rooms. It still has these big enclosed rooms because it's literally made of like big blocks of rock. You know, and it's still functioning. It's not flooded. It's kind of dank. But you could bring that back to sort of something that you could live in. And that castle was built, I think, in the 9th century. You know, can you imagine a building lasting that long? No concrete could last that long. No steel beams could last that long. And this is something that's been there since the 9th century. And it still has rooms that you can go in and, you know, you're dry. So, yeah, some of the old stuff is quite incredible. Railway tunnels are another thing. There's a few decommissioned railway lines not far from where I live, and there's a couple of them have got large tunnels, and you can go walking in them now. They're quite cool to sort of walk in.
Yeah, there's quite a few old railway tunnels up in the Rocky Mountains, especially out there in Colorado.
Yeah, when you think about it, it's a fantastic place to shelter. I mean, it has one way in, one way out on either end, you know, so it's a sort of defensive point. And, you know, they're weatherproof, they're bomb-proof, they've got a lot going for them. It's effectively just a giant cave.
It depends how long you want to do it for. You wouldn't want to live in there permanently. You've got to think about ventilation and stuff like that, and you'll just turn into mole man.
Yeah.
We have got a big tunnel with France one end and England the other. That's got plenty of space, but, you know, I'm not sure you'd want to live in there permanently.
No.
Yeah, for me, who was it left a comment in the side chat? Where you're at right now, make that your shelter. You know, where you're at right now. You know, plan on that. And if you get run out of there or whatever, then you got to adapt. But I can't afford to go buy a missile silo and refurbish it. But home, I could do that.
Well, I've said to myself. Sorry, go on.
Dude, I wouldn't have the money to do that either, Bob. So
no. I've tried to say to my subscribers, if you get me to 1 million subs, we'll all have a big shelter to live in. You can all come and stay at my place because I'll have enough to build one then. No one's listening.
No, I'm trying to put a perverted spin on that, Mike. So
take your time, Bob.
all slender, sexy Asian chicks stay for free. How's that sound?
Of course they would.
You read the manifesto, Bob. I didn't realize that sentence.
I did.
Were you talking about something about extra syphilis seasoning on something? What?
Here we go again.
Here we go again.
Here we go.
Listen, people in the chat, we are not responsible if you're Googling the taste of syphilis to see what it's like. It's nothing to do.
God.
Oh, Lord.
But don't worry, we've got an expert of it in the chat.
From one frying pan to another, says Daryl of Survival. It's the conversation's gone slightly off track.
Yeah, we're all
off track.
We're all males. What do you expect? You know.
Is shelter in place at your own place is fine and stuff like that, but if it's long term, is that still everyone's plan, or is building a community either where you are at somewhere else the better option? Because surely more people's better in that situation if it's something long term.
Well, if it's long term, more than likely, especially if we're talking because a lot of us, let's be honest, a lot of us are suburbanites. A lot of us do live in suburbia. Mm-hmm. I'm thinking that the community is going to be organic. It's going to be with your neighbor down the street personally.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. It'd be like a cul-de-sac sealing itself off, and the families that are familiar with each other, the ones that you can trust, wall it off. And I think something like that is more likely, and then sharing resources that way.
I'm practically city centre, so this becomes not really an option.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because there is a block of 300 flats there and a block of 300 flats there, stone throw away.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
There is a hotel down the road that you might have heard about on the news in the UK, certain hotels that are used for other purposes. One of those is just down the road.
Yeah.
My shelter in place is kind of like Custer's last stand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think like me, probably shelter in place is good for a while, but you got to keep an eye on what's going on, because if it starts to get out of hand, then you better have a plan to move.
Get out. Yeah.
Get out. I mean, I have that plan because here I am with most of my stuff. My cabin can only hold so much, maybe for me by myself for a month or two. But other than that, if my wife's out there with me, yeah, we're good for like 2-3 weeks before we have to like venture off the property to try to find something. So yeah, for now it's here, but soon it'll be out there because that's where we're going to build our regular house out there. So I'll be in a slightly better position to not worry about it at that point.
Yeah, it's the same with us. We're going to be staying hunkered in because bug out and go into a different area to start community ain't feasible for us. What we've all prepped for and what we've got is solely based on our family. So it's more of a case of we'll probably be the bugging in type, staying in type.
The vast majority of people would have to be bugging, unless you're the kind of person that literally has like a holiday home on the coast or in the woods or something that you could bug out to. I mean, I run into this time and time again where people harbor this fantasy that they can just, so that's it, I'm out of here. They put a bag on their back and they head into the woods.
Yeah.
What the hell are you going to do? You're just going to die.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. And I've talked about this plenty of times in the past in my videos. I've talked about this in the live streams. Where in the hell are you going to bug out to? I mean, even a friend of Chef and Bob and I, or acquaintance, I should say, even Wayne Groves has said, when you're bugging out with a bug out bag, you're essentially just a glorified refugee. But there is nowhere, even in the States, even in the Western United States, which is pretty, as far as the population density, it's pretty sparse compared to other places. There is nowhere that you can go where you're not going to be trespassing on somebody else's land.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like no such thing as public land out here outside of whatever BLM owns. But even then, you got to think at some point in time that can't last forever because somebody will drive you off of there, whether it's another competing group, a competing family, or hell, maybe a governing body that might finally appear, make itself known.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the one thing you can do, because bugging out or wilderness type bugging out is that's the thing I think about the most. But I've got caches. This is how I get around it. So I've got locations that I go camping and things like that. I don't own.
And and I brought that up too. Like, the only way that maybe it might work is, like I said, if you got resupply caches and a predetermined location where you're going. But even then, that's not necessarily foolproof because the biggest issue of especially just bugging out, whether you're bugging out on foot or bugging out in a vehicle, but the biggest issue is you're exposed. And for the one that's just grabbing their bag and just hoofing it by foot, I mean, you get a mechanical injury, you get a really bad blister on your foot, or you twist your ankle. I mean, you're absolutely fucking hosed. Sorry to curse, but I mean, you're hosed. Like, there's nothing. I don't know what you're gonna do. You've busted your ankle. Now what?
I think,
you're gonna die.
It would take a lot for me to bug out. It would take a lot for anybody, I think, who's genuinely fought this fight to leave their home to bug
Yeah.
out an unknown location, or even a known location.
And an argument that I brought up, and it's actually an argument that Nut and Fancy has brought up too, and I absolutely agree with what Nut and Fancy said, is when you're bugged in, especially in your own home, your own neighborhood, it's already a pre-established shelter. You've already got the four walls and the roof, and you got the sense of home. You got the sense of familiarity, and then you've also got the home field advantage. Like you know exactly where you're at. You know where resources are. You know your neighbors. You go out there bugging out into the woods or wherever. There's no telling what you're going to run into or who you're going to run into. Like I said, even in the Western United States, or unless you're going up to Alaska, there really is no such thing as uninhabited land or land that nobody owns. Like just about every last parcel of land has been snapped up, and you will be at one point in time trespassing. And trespass laws over here they vary from state to state, but in some cases, a person could legally use deadly force.
Yeah. Well, I've got a plan similar to bugging out, and I've got the equipment already made up, ready to go. And it's like, okay, we've already had civil unrest here. We did in 2020, and there's wildfires and all that. So if something comes up, I've got equipment we can put on our backs, and wife and I can just casually walk out of here, and I've got pre-selected places within walking distance and camouflage for both of us. We can root in, sit down, and shut up for a few days until the danger passes. That's as close as bugging out gets for me. Going into the Cascade Mountains and running off there, I'm going to live off squirrels. Dude, you're going to die. You're going to starve to death.
Yeah. and like I said, this is why I don't criticize Bob, because what he's talking about is something short term. He's not talking about, I'm going to live out in the woods with my wife for indefinitely. It's like, no, you're not. I mean,
no, you're not. Mm-hmm.
You're just talking about until shit cools off.
Yeah, and then come out from hiding and go see what's left of your house, or
go to the next family that you planned on meeting up with.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's a good thing, is I'm married to a Filipino, and they're tight. They won't turn another Filipino away in need. They don't. That's part of their culture, is to help each other. So, yeah, that's the closest to bugging out as I've got.
I mean, conflict is the number one reason why you would bug out. If you lived in a place that you knew was about to be occupied, then bugging in doesn't make any sense. It's actually a terrible idea.
A catastrophic event like massive fire for
massive fire.
Right.
Then you're gonna figure you better figure it out.
I suppose. I mean, it does again come down to sort of location as well. I mean, a little bit like all land is owned by somebody, but if the scenario was so severe that people were bugging out and
like mass extinction.
Yeah, I mean, there's real life examples of this. I don't know if any of you guys are familiar with the Belinsky partisans. The Belinsky partisans, they were Polish Jews during the Second World War who fled into the forest along the border of Poland and Belarus, and they actually hid in the forest and built communities in the forest. They were there for 3 years. And they would actually fight the Germans. They would blow up railway lines and all sorts of stuff.
I think there was a movie made about them. Now I think about it, I think there was a movie made about them.
Probably.
Like it came out, and I want to say sometime between like 2017 and like 2020 or something like that.
Yeah, it's an incredible story if you ever take a look into it. I first came across it. I was watching a Ray Mears episode where he visits the place. And he talks about how they lived, and they built these like dwellings and camps into the soil and covered them up so that the Germans couldn't find them by air, because they were searching for them all the time. Obviously, back in those days, they never had thermal imaging and stuff. But you need a forest as big. That's the largest natural European forest left. I've actually spent some time there. It's an incredible forest, it's an incredible place, but I mean, you couldn't really do that in a lot of places in the UK. You can stay hidden in some places in the wilderness, to some extent, if you were willing to move. You know, you wouldn't be able to stay there longer than maybe a couple of weeks, and then you would have to move on. But you would definitely need caches, because you can be the best survival expert in the world in the UK, but you're not living long term in the woods off the land. It's not possible, because the landscape here isn't natural enough in order to do that anymore. You know, the vast majority of the natural forests in the UK, for example, are now gone. It's only 1 or 2%. Most of it's just plantation, which is dead forest. You know, and once it starts getting, you know, a little bit beyond this time of year into the winter months, then, you know, you're not hunting and foraging nothing, you know, without firearms and things. So it's a bit of a fantasy. I think people have this idea that you can bug out into the forest and build a camp. It's possible, but it's not quite as easy as what I suspect people imagine it would be. You know,
Yeah.
I think you would start going hungry pretty quickly, and you would start to succumb to the elements pretty quickly.
Again, going back to, when we were talking about, the camps versus, settlements, again, it's really difficult to defend something like that. I'm not just talking about necessarily, like I said, getting into a firefight. I mean, you are out in the open. I mean, just about anybody could walk up on you at any time. I mean, I don't care if you bugged out there on foot with a bag on your back. I don't care if you loaded up your pickup truck or your transit van, your modified transit van with 4-wheel drive, and loaded it up with all your survival gear. At some point in time, you're going to run across somebody, and somebody's going to try to challenge you, and they're going to take your stuff.
Yeah,
they'll kill you, and they'll take your stuff, and that's how it's going to go.
That's the importance of having more than one bug out location, more than one cache. You know, it's kind of the idea of not having all your eggs in one basket. So I've always followed the principle of having multiple caches, and each cache is identical to the other one, and it has everything you need to basically live out of for a period of time. You know, ideally sort of 30 days, because that's roughly what you can fit into, a barrel or something like that. And then you can go from cache to cache. And if you get to one and it's been found by somebody, or it's been compromised in some other way, well, then the next one should be a distance away that you can now move to that next place. And so your bug out bag that you're carrying around with you isn't about surviving out of. That's about getting from one point to the next. You know, that's purely what that's for.
Could I just
sorry.
do a very quick recap for the new people that's joined? Just so anyone new is caught up to what we're all saying at the minute, we're basically discussing long-term camp logistics and organization, and what a successful long-term camp logistics would require, more than just gathering supplies.
Yeah, and I think a long-term camp, if we're talking about genuine long-term camps or encampments, then it comes back to, again, you have to have a means to self-sustain it, or trade with somebody else that's self-sustaining, that's an external third party that's bringing stuff to you.
Yeah.
Because, unless you're living on some sort of fantastic allotment, there's 20 people on a big farm and you have an allotment and the animals and all this kind of stuff, and you're living off what you have there, even that I think would be challenging. I think that would be challenging, especially in a seasonal country like the UK or most of the Northern Hemisphere.
The only reason I made mention of it is when you went on about caches, it reminded me of cache strategy, where you just obviously consider creating more than one hidden caches of extra supplies, either for yourself or for your family in some instances.
Yep.
So, no, when you mentioned about that, it made me think, like, the only way really you can prevent like a total loss in case of like a natural disaster or a fire near your caches is, or hell, even being discovered by a hostile group. We have touched on that when we touched on home defense and what do we call it, the minefield analogy and things like that. But even in best case scenarios that you've covered all your bases on natural disasters, fires, things like that, and your cache being compromised, what I don't know how to really word it in this sense, but in a way, I guess, what's not to say in a situation where you're stuck bugged in, those caches would still get taken one way or another, either by somebody or by, I don't know, say
An animal.
Yeah.
Well, it comes down to how well do you put these caches away? How well protected are they?
Is it hidden, buried? You got rocks on top of it, or is it just a bucket sitting on the ground somewhere?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to do a video actually about my caches because I've spoke about them before, but I've never made a video about it. I've only had them for about a year now, but it's a year of caches being in the ground. I've got plastic barrels full of caches. It's just excess. It's just gear that I've acquired over the years that I've built into separate caches.
Yeah.
And then I've supplemented them with food and called it a cache. And
I've recently started caching myself. Like I started caching stuff at somebody else's place just in case for some reason I had to leave here and I didn't have time to pack up anything. Like I've cached clothes, I've cached all 3 of my spare pairs of Navy issue combat boots, and I've, like I said, I've cached some canned goods and some MREs, and I even made up a first aid kit to cache as well. I'm going to be making up a second first aid kit to cache over there as well.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is with caches they are again a diminishing resource. It's only going to last as long as the supplies that you've put in there. There's always this idea that you're going to try and supplement it along the way. So let's say, for example, I bug out of my house right now, okay, and I'm going to my first cache, which is 10 miles away. I know I can walk there in a day eventually. I can take my time. I'll get there in a day. I've got my bug out bag. I've got food in there for 1 day, which gets me from here to my cache, right? I get there. I've got 30 days worth of stuff in my cache. If I take a hunting rifle with me and some traps and things, I can also say to myself, well, it's a wildernessy area. I might be able to get myself a deer, and then I don't need to eat some of the resources, and I can extend the period of time that I'm there. But eventually, that cache is going to dwindle away to nothing. After 30 days, somebody's probably going to notice me. Somebody's going to come across me at some point. It's not a very big country. There's lots of people around. I'm going to then have to bug out from that cache to the next cache. So I'll put a few things in my bag, and I'll head off to the next one. And I'll keep doing this. But eventually, I'm going to run out of caches. And then I'm going to have to think about, well, what am I going to do? Where am I bugging out to? What direction am I heading? Have I set my caches in a zone that's taken me to somewhere? Or does it literally just end at the coast and then I'm standing there, cache number 6, looking out at sea, thinking, now what? These are the things people don't really think about too much. I mean, there's also the thing as well where it's like, oh yeah, I can walk 10 miles, 20 miles in a day, cache to cache.
Yeah.
But what if I have to bug out 30 years from now when I'm 70 years old? Can I still do that?
Yeah.
Probably not. And then I'm going to have to shrink the distance between the caches, put something in between them. Or what happens if I just don't have the means to walk very well? And everything has a sort of a diminishing return eventually.
Yeah.
There would eventually be a point where I'm just screwed. I'm just I'm housebound. I can't do anything. I'm an old man.
You got to bug out at that old. You better have some extra batteries and solar panels to charge your power wheel to drive.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, this was also a topic that Steve Corsair Trainers had brought up actually 2 years ago. And he was talking about like the bad advice that other preppers will give to new people that are getting into prepping. He was talking about how this one lady, she's a single mom. She's got 2 kids. I think I want to say the kids' ages at the time was between 8 and 10. Okay. And she thought that she needed to bug out. She needed to get a bug out bag and go out to the woods. You got kids. You got 2 little kids. Do your little kids know what to do? I mean, like I said, when you bring in kids in the whole picture, I mean, that changes the whole dynamics. And then, like you said, and like you just got done saying, you got done bringing up, what happens when I get old? I'm getting up there in age. I can't do the same shit that I was able to do back in my 20s and 30s.
Yeah.
Now you're bugging in.
I know that for a fact. I'm over 60. I can't do that shit anymore.
Yeah.
When I was 25, I could climb mountains. Now, Oh, I can't.
Speaking of
I just
bugging
can't
out,
do
I'm
it.
gonna bug out. I got a bunch of stuff. I gotta go to the store and pick up some short-term supplies and get some stuff ready so I can leave for my sisters tomorrow and come back on Thursday. So you guys all have a great rest of your week, and
Peace out, Chef.
All right,
well,
later, Chef.
I may
Take
not
it
pop
easy,
if
man.
you do live Sunday on Bob. I may or may not get on because I'll be at my sister's and probably not a
Oh,
good place to go live with you.
No, we cuss too much. It'll piss your
Yep.
family off.
All right. Have a good night, all.
Good night.
Yeah,
Take care,
Right.
Mark.
later, Chef.
Oh.
Well,
So-
in my
Oh.
opinion, I would probably shelter in myself as long as
Me too.
possible.
Mm-hmm. Well,
But you will reach a point as when you can't stay at home anymore because it's too dangerous.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, basically every refugee is bugging out when you think about it. You know, every one of these people are bugging out, and some of them are bugging out incredible distances. That's not always. I mean, it's easy to sort of put, especially in the UK, we have a bit of a problem with immigration, and yeah, some of those people are just coming here because they see it as an economic. Economically improves their lifestyle by coming to a richer country that has free healthcare and things like that. So they're economic immigrants, so other than the people who genuinely need it. But there are occasionally people who have literally. I mean, I was reading a story a while ago about. I think the guy came from. It may have been Sudan or something. But I mean, he literally walked across Europe. He got out of a hellhole country and walked across Europe, and very slowly over the period of a year and a half, eventually made himself to Cali, where he got on a dinghy and then came across on a boat to the UK. And whether you agree with him or not, you've got to admire the bug out
The
mentality,
tenacity.
the absolute grit to just keep on going for that amount of time. Just to make his own life better. So, I mean, bugging out as we can sit here as people living in the UK or Sweden or America because we're quite privileged in our safe countries at the moment and fantasize about the idea of bugging out to castles, when in reality, hundreds of thousands of people are bugging out every day anyway. And they're just doing it a different way. Caches and things don't matter if you're bugging out 10,000 miles. It's okay for me. It's okay for me to have 6 bug out locations from where I live, and all my favorite camping spots, because I kind of imagine in a fantasy world that if nuclear war happens, I can zigzag my way through the wasteland between these bug out points, which is kind of what I've made them for. Or if for some reason I make a joke about gender or something and the police are after me, I can bug out to one of these places and sort of hide away for a bit. But if we were talking about full scale sort of everything's going to hell, your country's being invaded, you're going to want to get completely out of Dodge, and bugging out isn't really much of an option. You're going to be looking to other countries to try and seek refugee status somewhere else.
Yeah, I was going to say the other issue too with bugging out is like, when do you bug out? I mean, if you wait too long, it might be too late. If you bug out too soon, you might put yourself in danger, unnecessarily. And then we're talking about what happens if you got a secondary location. Like I said, I know I brought it up in the past, and I know Steve has brought it up in the past. What happens if you got a secondary location? It's already occupied. Now what?
Yeah, I mean, it comes again a sort of reference to Second World War for this, because it's incredible how many people in Germany and Poland, Jewish people, they just didn't bug out. They didn't think, I'm not leaving my home. I don't think, because they didn't believe anything would actually come of it. Even they were hearing the stories about all the terrible things that were going on, and they just kept on saying it'll never happen here, it'll never happen here, or we'll wait until they're like banging at our door. Because they didn't understand things like the Blitzkrieg and things like that, and different tactics where countries would just roll over completely. And they left it too long. And it's I mean, there's endless stories. Anybody who's sort of interested in Second World War history will understand the stories of how people right up to the point where they were getting wheeled on trains and led into gas chambers somehow still believed somebody was coming to rescue them. So the Germans weren't that bad that it couldn't possibly happen to them, and it still did.
Yeah.
They held on to that belief that no, I'm not bugging out. I don't want to give everything away. I'm just going to wait it out. They waited too long, And yeah, I mean, there is an argument for bugging out too early as well. But if you have a mechanism in place where you can go back, then maybe it's not so big a problem. It's there's certainly scenarios that I can think of where I would bug out just temporarily. And we talked about this on your podcast, Mike, where we were talking about hypothetical EMP taking place, and I said, you know what, I would bug out. I would bug out and see how that played out, and then a week later I'd come back home. I think that's one of the few examples where I would actually just leave just to see what happens. I would just camp in the woods for a week. That's not a hard thing for me to do, just off my own equipment. I'm not surviving off the land. I'm just camping.
Yeah.
I mean, you've always been more of the survivalist and less about the prepping, Alan. I think as a prepper, to do that for a week just in case puts your entire prep stockpile at risk. A risk that most people don't want to take, because you might come back after a week and it still hit the fan, but your house has been stripped.
I suppose this is the double-edged sword aspect of prepping. This is the risk. You become so attached to the things that you've prepped that you don't want to leave it. So you hesitate to bug out because you're bugging out away from your life's work, or the things that you've put together. And there's always the possibility that by hesitating, it's kind of like I love that movie quote in Fight Club where they says the things you own eventually own you. Because you become so attached to I've got all this stuff, it's cost me hundreds of thousands of pounds or whatever. I'm not leaving it. I'd rather die than give up my stash.
Yeah, and there has to be a happy medium between the two. Yeah, because you're also not Rambo going to take on a marauding gang of 30 people if if they're heavily armed.
There has to be a point where you say, you know what, I think the security of myself or my family is more important than my stockpile. I'm just going to hope for the best here, board up the doors, put a sign on it, and ask the neighbour to look after the place for me, and then I'm going to leave and then come back and hope for the best. That's a decision you would have to make. I think it's an easier decision for people like myself who's not a prepper, because I don't have stockpiles of stuff. Most of the stuff that I've acquired over the years, I've literally buried in barrels in the ground. I've literally just put them in places I like to go camping.
Yeah, listen, it's everyone preps to their own plan. Like I said, technically bugging in here, if it was really bad, probably a bad idea because of the location and because of what's nearby and because of the population density of where I am. Yeah. If it's a week-long blackout, of course I'm going to bug in. It makes sense. Yeah. But if it's complete civil unrest and insanity like that and things are getting targeted, then I got to get out of Dodge. It's everyone's in their own unique situation, and the key skill here is being able to run a non-biased risk assessment on yourself.
Yeah.
Not thinking, well, if it happens, I'm just going to pull out my 20-pound pistol crossbow that probably couldn't go through more than 3 layers of cardboard and defend the family against everyone. It's not realistic. Be realistic. Imagine it's not you, imagine it's your neighbour. Risk assess them if that helps you. But risk assess the situation, not your ability to fight it. And yeah, that's the biggest skill there, to run a non-biased risk assessment.
Yeah, and it's like something like, I think it was Dearlove earlier that was talking about the idea that, well, what happens if you get that letter at the door telling you to go to a FEMA camp or join the military or something? That's something that as survivalists and preppers, we just never really take that seriously, I don't think. I always hear people talk about the hypothetical Third World War, what they would do in that situation. I'll go into my bunker, I'll hide in my attic, I'll go to the woods. No, we're at war. You're getting called up. There's nothing you can do about it. When the
for my case, like, it would have to be really, really bad. I'm technically a disabled vet. You know, I've already had traumatic head injury. I've already had previous chemical exposure. Like, I am disabled according to the VA. So, like, it would have to be really, really bad for them to be wanting to call me up for service for a second time.
Yeah, I mean, you're always there's always going to be individual cases for certain things. But let's take the old C-19 example for a case. Prior to that happening, if we were having a podcast right now and we were talking about setting up encampments and what we would do and when we would bug out, if a mass pandemic happened, we would all be saying things like, "Oh, a deadly virus spreading around, I'd head straight to the woods." You know what I mean? Or I'd bug out here, or I'd do this. What we didn't foresee was the government literally mandating every single person stay in their house, and if you go into the woods, you'll be arrested. And that happened in the UK because it was a strange time for me because, you know, I can't stay in the house for long, and you know, I spend all my time out in the woods. And I remember genuinely thinking, wait a minute, there's this deadly virus that they're talking about, but they don't want me to be in a place where I'm by myself in the woods. They'd rather I be in I was living in a flat at the time, so there's 30 other people in that building. How's that safer? And it scuppered my survivalist plans because an external force, i.e. the government and the law enforcement, were mandating to me what they wanted me to do. Now, I could just ignore that and run the risk of sort of being detained or whatever. But we all you guys will remember it. We were literally in a time where neighbours were reporting you for, I seen him getting in his car and he had a camping bag on. He's obviously heading out to the woods or the beach or something. So, you know, he's a threat to my grandmother. and that's the kind of situation we were in then. It was, to be honest, for me, it was kind of a good time because it meant all of the places I like to go camping were completely empty.
Preview of coming attractions in the UK. Totalitarianism government. That's what we're getting. The COVID thing was just a test. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it does go to say, though, the thing with all of these emergency situations, like the idea of having a long-term camp, it's a romantic idea when you take a look at the past. You know, you talk about the first pioneers in the United States where they could just go out into the West and build a camp, or Alaska where you could do that, or medieval times in England where you could, you know, have your own little homestead going on and run your own little kingdom or whatever. But in the real world, we have these government bodies that enforce things on us, and they want things from us, and they won't allow us to do this kind of stuff. You know, some places it's easier than others, but if I was to just wander off into the woods and make a camp, it's actually, funnily, like we made light of this earlier, it's kind of happening just now in Scotland with a crazy person and his two wives or whatever refusing to leave, and they've built their own little camp. Now that's kind of funny, right? But that is getting nationwide press. He's had several eviction notices, and eventually the authorities are just going to go in there and pick them up and drag them out of there. You know, and they're on council ground at the moment, which is just government ground. And it's not illegal to camp anywhere in Scotland you like, even on private property. Okay, so they're not doing anything technically illegal. The thing that they're doing that's illegal is because they're staying there permanently. That's you know, that's not camping anymore. That's loitering, and that's why. You know, but that's a micro example of what would happen. You know, eventually somebody's going to come and say, "Get the hell out of here." And earlier on, right at the start of this podcast, when I was talking about my experience with my friend who was on that hippie commune for a little while, they basically had running water and some electricity, but it was entirely off grid. That place, they still had to pay council tax. They still had you know, bin collection times that they had to pay for, even though they never actually had a bin. You know, nobody came to pick up any bins. They had to take all their rubbish to a site and dispose of it that way. But the government forced them to do these things anyway, because that's kind of just the systems that we have. So
two things guaranteed in life is death and taxes.
Yeah, and they'll make you pay it. We're not genuinely free enough to be able to just go to a place and say, all this area here is mine, I'm just going to live here and nobody bother me. Even if you own the land, you can't do that. You know, in most countries, especially in the UK. If I own the land, I can't just build a house there, you know, without planning permission and special permits and all sorts of other guff. And then when I do that, I have to pay council tax, whether I benefit from it or not. I have to pay water rates, whether I even have running water. All sorts of crazy stuff.
That's a question for the. Obviously, you mentioned Joss about when do you bug out. That's probably a question for that as well. When do you start to go and live on the fringe, form that community? Do you have to wait for the without rule of law time? You know, because if you don't, then you are technically breaking them up until that point.
Yeah, to me, it's there has to be an absolute obvious case of a clear and present danger taking place right now.
Yep.
I mean, there would literally have to be fires in my street before I said, you know what, this is a bit too hairy. And I don't mean like a temporary riot, you know, where you could just
like it's getting serious. Yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah, it would have to be gunshots taking place, complete sort of war taking hold, or the Russians were landing in the Firth of Forth, and the landing boats were, I could see the landing boats from my window, then I would be bugging out, you know, or the nukes were in the air, I knew something was going down, that kind of stuff. It would take a hell of a lot for me to genuinely bug out, for any longer than a week anyway.
See, it's like at the minute when you said about current risks in a sense, right? It's like us in the UK. We've only got at the minute our biggest risks is potentially terrorism, cybersecurity, and what was that other one? There was 3 they got for us.
Economic collapse.
That's it. Yeah, economic collapse.
None of those things involve bugging out, though.
No, exactly. Everything that's current risk right now to the UK is everything you can do bugged in and still carry on with your
Economic collapse is massively a risk for bugging out because it's civil disorder. It's society. Any societal breakdown for any risk is a potential bug out scenario.
Well, I think that's a symptom cause situation.
Yeah, true.
A blackout and your neighbours decide they're going to use candles for the first time in 30 years and set them up next to the curtains means the entire block's on fire is a bug out situation. I think you should always have it in the back of your mind, anything you're preparing for.
Well, I think there's a difference between bugging out and evacuating.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this is another thing. So, I'm going to
evacuate. Yeah, and I was going to say that's what Bob was basically talking about with him and his wife. Essentially, that's what they're talking about, right, Bob? Is Bob still there?
No, Bob's gone.
No, Bob's gone.
Oh, shit.
Yeah,
I'm not even looking at the screen right now. I'm doing other stuff.
I mean, if I live quite close to a refinery, if it blows up, okay, it's not the smoke and all that kind of stuff could affect me. I'm going to evacuate. Yeah. I'm going to evacuate to a place where that's not going to affect me. But I'm not bugging out because I'm probably going to come back a day or two later once they've put it out. And I would expect to come back unless this, the whole town went on fire or something. And yeah, it's okay to bug out, to plan for that kind of stuff as well. Short-term evacuations. You evacuate if your house is on fire or flooded or something like that. Bugging out to me is doing something with the prospect of never coming back. And that's something that I don't think people take seriously enough when they think about it until the point where they actually have to do it, and then they hesitate. And that's the problem. And there's lots of reasons why they hesitate, which we've already covered. As preppers, you hesitate because you've invested in bugging in. That's your investment. As a normie who doesn't think about prepping or survival, you hesitate because you don't know any different. It's never crossed your mind before to ever leave the place that you're at. So the whole idea of it's just foreign to you.
That is true, and they always say as well, when you're a normie in that sense, whether you're neither a prepper nor a survivalist, your first instinct is in that moment, what is going on? You're in that unknown, and that unknown is causing fear. And they always say fear is the number one panic striker.
Yeah, it's the idea that somebody's always going to come and rescue you as well.
Yeah,
I mean, to me, the fundamentals of prepping and survivalism is about self-sufficiency. It's about the apps. It's about having a mindset that nobody is going to come and rescue you. They might, if they do, great. I'll take the rescue, but it's assuming that they won't and preparing for that. As best you can.
we've said it multiple times on here, on my live, stuff like that. Whether somebody comes for a rescue afterwards or not, you are your own first responder.
Yeah.
In every situation.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, the thing about camps as well, here's another concept. Okay, a camp could literally just be a community of people trying to set up home in the ruins of the place they just lived. So if you take a look at some war zones, Gaza's a prime example. Okay, there are encampments in rubble, and you think, well, why did they pick that pile of rubble? It's because that's where they used to live. And the same people are just kind of standing around thinking, what do we do? This was my home. Now, they don't want to leave, so they don't.
World War II happened as well. People were coming back to their bombed out buildings and just not knowing what to do, so they were staying.
I was thinking about the Balkan Wars, the Balkanization of Yugoslavia, Croatia, Bosnia, and all that.
Same with Chernobyl. Once people started entering, the stalkers started entering back into Pripyat, people were trying to get back to their homes. I mean, there was, I think, even back as far as 2023, somebody recently managed to get their paperwork and documents signed to return to their original home just outside of Pripyat. So it still goes on, even as far as recent days, in a sense. People are going back to places that they once lived that were abandoned for a reason, whether that be a natural or disaster or.
I genuinely think that's the kind of what Alan's talking about is the kind of shock factor, the people that are unprepared, not knowing what to do, just going to whatever's familiar, right?
Yeah.
True.
Yeah. And you get those stubborn
like
people as
familiar
well.
places.
You get those people that get told, okay, there's a massive hurricane coming, get out now and go to this football stadium. And you'll always get that one person who says, no, to hell you, I'm sticking it out in my shack. I'm not moving.
But you got to think there is a bit of a psychological advantage, like I said, when you are in a place of familiarity, I mean, that does go a long way to being able to help you eke it out.
Yeah, it's the fear of loss and things as well. You do get people who, all their possessions or all their preps are in that one place, and people will run into burning buildings to try and rescue things. That they think is important. What more important than being burned alive? Is it really? Unless it's a relative or a pet, I can't see what would be that valuable. And yeah, I mean, there's lots of examples of that as well, I think. The stuff you own ends up owning you. It's a great quote.
So, Alan's saying we should free ourselves of all of our belongings, all of our clothes, and all run into the forest together. Who's in?
Or at the very least, bury it in barrels.
Like I said, I buried quite a bit of stuff in 5-gallon buckets, but like I said, I don't have near enough stuff buried, but I got some stuff.
The UK and Europe, in my opinion, the most frightening country in the world to live in. The walls are closing in pretty tight now, says James.
I agree with James at the minute.
Well,
with current affairs of what's going on as of right now, I agree.
Yeah. About the first responder thing, did you see Kate's comment above, Shadow? It said if people think they will get rescued, ambulance waiting times in the UK now is 7 to 12 hours if it's not life-threatening.
Yeah,
on a good day.
Yeah, PV was saying, like, unless the person's not breathing, the wait time is 2 hours.
My friend passed away over a year ago now. He's the person I did the original 90-mile hike for. It was a heart condition, and it still took over an hour, and he passed away because they didn't get to him.
Yeah, there was a story I just glanced on Facebook earlier. Actually, I'm not sure if it was in the UK. I think it was, but a girl on a football pitch with 2 broken legs had to wait 7 hours for the ambulance to show up, and she was just lying there with 2 broken legs.
I've got a photo of me with the football team behind me, and when my leg snapped in 6 places, I've got the metal in. I was lay on that field in misty rain with a foil blanket over me for nearly 4 hours.
Yep.
Jeez.
I was
Oh, Lord.
I was at A&E, I think it was just over 2 weeks ago, with a relative. Went to A&E, drove there, and the local, a fairly large town that I live in, and we got told there was a 14-hour wait time and 56 people ahead of us.
Bloody
Yeah.
hell. Just very quick, Rift Security just said in Wales we wait much longer. There is a case where a woman was in the back of an ambulance for 48 hours and she sued the NHS.
Well, I mean, once I got in there and got the gas and air, then they let me ring my missus, who was a week off giving birth, to tell her I'd snapped my leg in 6 places.
Jeez.
Oh,
You can imagine how well that went down. Here we go. This is proof I don't just talk. I apologise for me holding my middle finger up, but you can imagine I had a bit of pain at the time.
oh, nice.
The lads on the team thought it's a good time to take a picture. I had three breaks in the tib and 3 breaks in the fib.
Again, I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at them. Just like, fucking, man, we got friends like that. Who needs enemies?
Honestly, yeah, it was great. It was great.
Yeah, the authorities aren't coming to rescue you. That's
No chance.
and if they do, then great, but assume that they're not going to. Or worse, turn against you like they did during the old C-19.
Yep. This is why we prep people. At the end of the day, it's not because it's fun or it's a hobby. It's just peace of mind and knowing we're doing the right thing for our families.
For me, it's kind of turned into a mixture of both a hobby and a lifestyle.
Yeah.
Like, I actually kind of make it fun, so it is a little bit of a hobby for me.
You have to enjoy it, right? Otherwise, you will.
No, I to a degree, I actually do.
Yeah. No, I do too, and you have to enjoy it. Otherwise, you will literally be in this fear-mongering trap, rocking in a corner, thinking it's all going to happen tomorrow, right? It's you've got to enjoy. Part of you's got to enjoy doing it. Whether that's enjoying having that control or just purely,
I think it's the I think it just. Yeah, I guess a little bit of control, just like, peace of mind. It's like, I'm doing something good.
Well, it's that little bit of sense of security, isn't it, as well? It may or may not be false sense of security, but it's certainly something more than nothing. But the idea that you can think or act your way out of your own predicament based on sort of your own knowledge, your own skill.
Empowering.
Yeah, it's empowering. It's a good thing to get into for that reason. I mean, it's like we've all said many times before, the stereotype of the prepper or the survivalist is we're just conspiracy theory nutcases thinking, Armageddon's tomorrow. And it's not really about that. It's literally just a case of taking a little bit of personal control over the thing that all human beings always did anyway. It's only in the past...
It's a little bit about that. It's
only been in the past 30 or 40 years that people have entirely given themselves over to this idea that you don't need to be able to look after yourself. Your society will look after you. You pick up a phone and somebody will come. You'll never go hungry. There'll always be something. There'll always be this. There'll always be electricity. That's why we end up with the sort of Gen Z snowflake type generation that just don't think there's any hardship in the world apart from the name that they got called.
I'm sure people in 1909 and 1910 thought war could never happen. I'm sure people in 1932, 1933 thought war would never happen again. There's always going to be people burying their heads in the sand.
Well, they genuinely believed that the First World War was the war to end all wars. That was it. It was the Great War. No greater thing could possibly happen. That was what they used to say. And then just a matter of several years later, an even worse war.
20 years later.
Yeah. And then
less than.
It's the thing with war is this is I am mostly a glass half full type person, but war is inevitable. I mean, that's going to happen because it always has. So there will be another big war at some point. It's just a case of when. It might happen in my lifetime, might not happen in my lifetime. I don't know. But if it does happen, I'm going to try and do my best to see it happening in the distance, so I've got time to react to it And that's kind of the point of being a prepper as well. It's hedging a little bit ahead of yourself to try and see the danger coming, and then best prepare yourself for it.
If you're preparing for war, and you're a male of a certain age in any country, your biggest prep should be preparing people who are not. If you're the sole prepper in the family, the missus needs to be ready. The
Exactly,
kids need to be ready, because chances are you're going to get called up, or you're going to volunteer, or conscription.
Yeah.
Even if that's on the home front, there's always a big chance of that. Especially people who've already had training. So I know that's a factor. Once the reserves are gone, they're going to go to the people that have had training. So I've had to start prepping to a point where everything comes with instructions written in my own hand, and they know how to do it. And to the point where my Mrs. Urban Prepper now is pretty much becoming a prepper on her own rights. So that's the best thing you could do in any country you're in. If war's a genuine prep, don't expect, well, I'm not going to go, I'm going to stay here and look after my family. That might not be a choice in your control.
Yep.
I definitely agree with that.
And me.
Yep. You'll definitely get people banging on the door and literally throwing you into the back of a van, and before you know it, you're getting your head shaved and, a uniform.
Well, I mean, look at what's going on in Ukraine. I mean, that's what they did.
Yeah.
That's what they started doing.
People are getting pulled
They started literally kidnapping people off the street, black bagging them, throwing them in the back of the van, and conscripting them against their will.
Here's 6 weeks of training, off you go.
Yep. Practically a crash course.
Yeah.
So prep for that.
Prep for that. There's two ways to prep for that. Like I said, prep your family, get all them ready, write instructions. Everyone should have their own little prepper book at home where they can go to and say, in case of this, do this. And the other thing is, it's a scary word to preppers, especially Sofa Prepper, the patented YouTube channel we talk about. Prep your physical fitness. Whatever you can do. Even if you can't go out and hit the gym and run 20 miles, you can do something. You can eat a bit better. You can start doing a bit of training. If you're generally in a position to do so, and you could get called up, you want to be able to run faster than the other 3 guys next to you that got called up as well. Just a heads up.
Or work in an industry that you're less likely to be carted off from. That's another option.
That'd be nice, but I'm in the IT industry, so I'm getting carted off by AI at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, scary times. Hopefully, we're all wrong and we just carry on, like you say. It's a hobby and it's fun and it's good to talk about these things, and nothing ever happens. But
yeah, well, I mean,
for the best, prepare for the worst.
Something does happen. Something always happens. It's just a case of, will it happen to you? This is the thing. This is what I always point out to people. It's like, do you really believe the world is going to end? Well, at some point, yeah. I don't know. Could be 10, how many billions of years when the sun decides to go out, but it will happen. It's wars do happen. They're happening all the time. They're happening in countries that I've went on holiday before. It's just one of those things that it sort of creeps in on you, and you do get complacent. Especially, I think we're more complacent in the UK than anywhere else in Europe, probably.
Yeah.
See, Brian's just said, I'm old as F now at 51, so I'm fine. But didn't they up the age to something ridiculous in Ukraine?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It got so bad in Ukraine that they actually started conscripting guys that were considered to be mentally retarded or mentally challenged, and they started conscripting them. And they've been conscripting guys that were into their 60s over there in Ukraine.
Yep. It's an idyllic world where it's the same as the army.
Again, I'm not saying that nothing will ever happen to me. Like I said, I'm 34. I'm not saying nothing will ever happen to me, but what I was saying is, like, it would have to get really bad in order for the local draft board to be calling me up and be like, "Hey, we need you to call you back to service." I've already done my time, and like I said, I am physically disabled. Like, not disabled that I can't do anything, but I'm disabled enough in the eyes of the VA, the Veterans Affairs. So, like I said, they would have to go down the line and they'd have to pretty much enlist every last able-bodied person between the ages of 18 to 25 before they start moving on to me and my age bracket.
I just had a quick look online. Currently in the Ukraine, the mandatory conscription age ends at 27, but they're now taking volunteers up to 60 years old, and they're creeping that conscription age up all the time. So they're perfectly willing to take a 60-year-old right now.
Yep.
Hey, listen, if it's on your doorstep, it's well, especially in a place. I mean, it's probably less so in places like the States with your firearms laws there, but in places like the UK, I went for a interview with a captain of a base because I was looking at rejoining the TA before I moved, and he had an M1911 in a case behind him, and I was admiring it, stuff like that. And I didn't say anything about prepping. I didn't say anything about that. Never told him anything about that. And he was saying, like, why do you want to join and stuff? And I said, I want to get my fitness back and stuff. And he went, yeah. And plus, when it all kicks off with Russia, it's better to have access to the weapons we've got. That was his words.
I would believe it though, Mike, because to be honest, look at what's gone on in Estonia and Germany and Denmark, and it's going on. They're getting drones now, so
never happened in the UK. Never happened in the UK though. We could bury our head in the sand, watch the football results, and that's fine.
That's the way they want it, though. They want everyone's head buried into the sand until the very last minute, where it's either going to be revealed physically, and everyone's going to see it first, and then they're going to be like, "Oh no, we were going to tell you, just not right now."
They could. I mean, they could arm the population in the UK could be armed pretty quickly if they really wanted to. It's that. I'm imagining that's their sort of thinking there. Yeah.
And to be honest, I saw somebody say about they're worried about their children, and one being 12, I think it was, willing to join up. About conscription-wise, I don't think that would actually happen in the UK unless it was an Article 5 type of job. I can't actually see conscription being a thing in the UK until sort of like, I don't know, they've got Russia coming in.
I know in World War II, later on, towards the later end of World War II, I know the Germans, they were conscripting 12-year-old boys.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's like one of those extraordinary circumstances, like it would have to be, like I said, it'd have to get really, really bad before we start resorting to children. But like I said, typically, in most cases, a military age, well, I'm not even going to say person, military age male is between the ages of 16 to 45, in most cases.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to take all the cream of the crop first, and then sort of, eventually they're going to have the.
Yeah, like I said, I'd be second string for conscription.
I tell you, if the Russians were banging on the door of the UK, it wouldn't matter if you had a peg leg and one eye. You would have something in your hand, and you'd be told to go and fight.
Yeah,
I genuinely think our military stockpiles and ammunition and stuff like that, it would be like the old Red Army from World War II, where the front line has guns, the second line picks up the guns from the bodies and carries on. They carry the extra ammo. That's what it would be.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, but I mean, again, the UK hasn't been invaded in 1,000 years. It almost happened in the Second World War, but it didn't. 1066 was the last time Britain was invaded. So you could argue, well, we're overdue then. And
you could argue we're already being invaded.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
The States too.
There's always been a conflict. There's always been conflict in Europe. Always. There's only been a couple of brief periods where there hasn't been conflict in Europe. And Ukraine has been a conflict dozens of times in the past 100 years. The Crimea War was a huge thing that everybody just seems to have forgotten about. It's one of those things you have to keep an eye on, because the thing that's different from 1066 and all those other wars is now a man with a red button can change the entire course of human history. And you've got massive intellects in the world like Donald Trump, and Vladimir Putin, who are completely stable, reasonable guys, I'd imagine, they'll be thinking through all of the consequences of that, and because they're in their prime age, of course, of their 70s.
Yeah.
This is the thing we have to think about. A lot of things is completely out of our control.
Exactly, and then it always has been. World War One. The powers that be were not the ones going over the tops of the trenches.
Yeah,
True. And Rift Security just said, don't forget Equality Act. Like ladies will be drafted as well.
Yeah, but if you've got a family, then one would have to remain as a caregiver.
Yeah.
So that's why I was saying about preparing one, not the other. But
Exactly,
if she
yeah.
wants to go, it's fine. I'll be a stay-at-home dad.
But would that really be would you really say that though, Mike? Or because I always took you as, even though you're a father, I always took you as the type to be, if there was that choice between you or the missus, I thought you would still.
Yes, I would go. I would go.
Yeah.
To be honest, I would volunteer before conscription got to my age.
Yeah.
And because if it was, but only if it was enemy at the gates.
Yeah,
if it was a Ukraine situation, I would not volunteer to be shipped halfway across the world to fight somebody else's war, which is actually about money and oil. But if it's enemy at the gates, sign me up.
Yeah.
I was called selfish because I was asked once, would I go overseas to help out if I was conscripted to, and I said, well, no. Why would I want my blood being spilled away from my family in a sense? And they just looked together. They went, well, that's just selfish. And I was like, well,
Well, that's real easy for you to say when your ass is not the one that's going to be on the line. That's why I'd say to them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like, your ass isn't on the chopping block. Mine is.
Yeah.
And, it's real easy to freaking judge from afar when you got no skin in the game.
Exactly.
I agree.
All I'm saying is prepare, because if you're preparing for something like that situation, then just think that a lot of the decisions you think you're going to make are not yours. So
most of them probably.
Most of them probably, yeah. So.
All right then, guys. Well, I'm gonna hop off because me and the missus are gonna go and watch Chernobyl, the TV series.
Oh, that's
Excellent.
pretty good.
I've just finished Band of Brothers again, and I want to watch it again straight away.
Brilliant. Anyway, Shadow, thanks for having me on, man.
Yeah, you're very welcome. It's a pleasure.
Catch you later, Ben.
Mike, catch you guys later.
See you later.
Laters.
And besides, it's time for wrap things up anyway. It's 4-hour mark.
4-hour mark. 4-hour mark.
Yeah. The time is flying, guys. As usual. Anyway, I think it's time to wrap things up now. It's late and I need my beauty sleep.
Don't believe you for a second.
Yeah, it was mostly on topic as well, apart from all the syphilis stuff.
Yeah, whenever Bob, Chip, and I are in, at some point in time, somebody's going to mention syphilis or.
Oh.
Well, guys, I'll see you next week. Same time, same channel. Be part of the solution, not the problem. Stay safe. God bless. And
Bye,
thanks for
guys.
stopping by, guys. I appreciate it.